What's good, Tiger Nation? What up? What up? What's up, Nook? What up, Zoe?
Happy Friday.
What it do, baby?
Hey, man, we ain't doing nothing but, taking shit around the swag. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's good, everybody? You know what I'm saying? What's happening? What's happening?
Y'all
feeling good today, baby. I tried to tell you. Coach tried to tell y'all to stand by, man. Tried to tell y'all to stand by.
Hold on. I know it's Friday. I know we've been standing by.
Yeah.
But in the words of my great assistant head coach,
what did he say?
I'm still standing. Don't sit down. Don't y'all sit down. Don't y'all sit down.
Hey, so I got a little something for you tonight, bro. I'm about to go in my little container, bro.
Hey, man, I think I'm right with you because I got it in my hand. I got mine in my hand. Look,
my little container tonight, man.
I'm gonna call this my coalition pack.
Man, I got some cohibas in this thing.
I got the coalition drink. How about that?
Look, you got the cohiba. This is a coalition. This is a coalition pack, man.
This coalition yak,
man.
Yeah. So, coalition yak, dog.
New Jack City style. What's happening, Tiger Nation? Y'all go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hit that goddamn like button. Come on in here. It's Friday night. It's time to have some fun. I ain't had my ginger ale.
My little coalition pack, dog.
Yeah, I done had my ginger ale. They mad.
I'm going to do this evening, too.
They hot.
Look, old Padron.
TV, what's up, man?
What up, fellas?
What's happening, baby?
You gotta go out and come back. You can't come in like that. You ain't come in right.
Oh. He good. Hey, hey, man, we just having a little fun, y'all.
I don't be the right man. You want me to, Nook?
Hey, you good, man. You good, man.
Hey, man, y'all can hear me.
Mark got the towel drink like a championship belt.
Hey, man, none of y'all sit down. Y'all better stay standing till next week. Because guess what? We ain't done. We ain't done.
Oh, man, we ain't done, man. We shout out to the staff. Y'all trying to see what? Y'all see what it is, baby. Y'all ready? Hey, it's coming, y'all. Y'all see them guns? I've been in the gym. Y'all see it tonight. Hey, they don't know I'm working, though. I'm working. I'm telling you, y'all. I'm gonna be a situation. I'm gonna be a misunderstanding coming this fall. You feel me?
Kid, you got elastic in them shirts, man. What you got going on with the mom?
Man, ain't no elastic, man. This is called working out. What you talking about, man?
It's called juicing.
Don't be doing.
Oh man, I'm a former athlete, bro. So I got muscle memory, dog. What you talking about? Hey, but shout out to all my platinum members, man. Shout out to them, man. I got it. This ain't nothing but a little sample. Y'all see the depth. Let me stop playing, man. I'm cutting up now. But listen, shirts ain't out yet. They ain't out yet. They coming. I'm working on some stuff. Finalizing some stuff, man. So y'all know I'm a perfectionist, man. And if I'm gonna touch it, it's got to be all the way right. But anyway, yeah. Appreciate y'all for tuning in as always, man.
That's all I'm gonna say. Don't sit down.
Friday Night Live, JSU by 48, man. Look at it right here. Iceberg Slim. No, man. Hey, real talk, all seriousness, all BS aside, man. Hey, bro. Hell of a job by Coach TC and his staff.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell of a job, bro. Hell of a job. And listen, and this is, you know what's crazy? See, the folk that mad, they see this right here, y'all disingenuous. I'm gonna tell you why y'all disingenuous. You're disingenuous because you know that gun well that if you would have flipped the player from Jackson State, y'all would have made a video. I can see G now. It would have been all that. So, don't get in your feelings, man, because we done flipped a little something. New Jack City style, come and took some shit.
Took some,
But yeah, Coach, when Coach TC tell y'all to stand by, man, hey, listen, don't be putting, he ain't on no timer. He ain't on no, don't be around here rushing him now. He doing what he doing. He doing what he doing now.
Hey, man, when you get the signal, it got to marinate.
Yeah, you gotta let it
marinate. Don't be rushing. It's coming.
Oh man, let it take a little time. It's coming.
Because when it drop, it's gonna drop.
They said G was on this show cry. I don't know, man. Listen, it's all it is. We New Jack City style, man. All I'm gonna say is the game of the year gonna be the Soul Bowl. We done took 2 coaches. Flip the player. Got another player wanting to come.
Working on
You
Newman.
know what? I'm not gonna even give them that credit, dog. I'm not finna. I ain't gonna say that.
Working on Newman.
They just gonna have a little extra oomph for the game.
It's in Jackson. It's always, they come in and they gonna be in that thing trying to. But listen, I was already waiting on. That's a good game anyway, man. That's good. It's Zoe eating pickled pig feet, ain't it? Damn.
No.
I don't like a little heat behind it.
Nah, that look like an iceberg. What that is?
Grapefruit pippin.
This man here, the only person I know eat out of containers, like
man,
huge off the shelf.
Look at Ash. Free that man.
I am with you. That's what I said. Working on one.
Hey, free that man. We got more coming, y'all. I try to tell y'all, man. Jack State the place to be. Hey, listen, hold. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
Let my people go.
Hold, forget all that. Fuck all that. We ain't done that. Y'all gotta understand something. Jack State got something that's cooking right now at the school. Boy, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a mic drop moment.
Facts.
The information we got today. All I'm gonna say is, you know what I'm saying, just before the season starts, just be prepared for another boom shakalaka. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? We talking about upgrades. We talking about renovations. We talking about some big time things coming down the pipe, man, at the school. Shout out to A.D. Robinson, man. A.D. Robinson ain't playing, y'all. He ain't playing, man. He in his bag. You think so, TC?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
TSDS.
Hey, y'all gonna have to just remind me tonight. This is good. These are good cuss words. We have a little fun every now and again.
Okay, then since you said it, this shit don't stop.
No, it don't stop. We cussing tonight. It's Friday
night.
I had a long week.
It's Friday night.
And I said a long week. But let's get on track, man, and get into what we want to talk about, man. Y'all go ahead and hit the like button as you come in. We're gonna go ahead and kick it off and get started. First man up, man.
It is Friday.
We want to welcome Duke Miller from Taylorsville, Mississippi, by way of New Mexico. He initially committed to Alcorn, said he was going to be the face of the city. I guess he was going to be the face of Port Gibson. He realized soon that wasn't a good idea. And him and his mama decided, you know what, Jackson, Mississippi, Jacktown, you know what I'm saying, JSU was the place to be. And he elected to switch over. See, this is why we don't worry about who leaving out the door, because we got a coaching staff that feel like they can out recruit their room, and they're proving that. So we want to give a big shout out to Duke Miller for joining the Tiger family. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Zoe go next. When Duke Miller committed to Alcorn, Zoe actually called me and said, "Ken, bro, Alcorn got a really good player today." And it wasn't even we had no idea that he would be later on be a Jack State Tiger, but we talked about this kid. Said, "Damn, they got a really good kid coming in, transferring in, a good wide receiver." So, Zoe, you want to touch on that?
Yeah, man. So, look, at the end of the day, over everything, I'm a recruiting guy.
Yep, me too.
Always have been for years. So, I was familiar with him, playing at East Mississippi.
Yep.
And his last year there, I mean, dude put up crazy numbers.
Insane numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, like you have to understand, in the JUCO season, they played 9 regular season games. He had 70 catches for just a shade under 1,000 yards, and I think 10 or 11 touchdowns his last season. And they won state that year, if I'm not mistaken. That's outstanding numbers for a JUCO.
Yeah, man.
And I mean, those numbers alone in a 9-game season would have been our leading receiver last year.
Well, he finished his sophomore year, 57 catches, 622 yards, 6 tugs. And that's very similar to Shane Hooks as well as Dallas Daniels. So we all know, Dallas Daniels in the NFL now. And that goes to show, just with splitting, that's pretty good numbers. And then you're only playing, you're playing a shortened season in JUCO. But he did finish his career at East Mississippi, 72 catches, 902 yards, 10 total touchdowns. Correct. And he went on to commit to New Mexico, and elected to go ahead on and leave, come on back home. And hey, man, we got another stud in the wide receiver room with already deep core of wide receivers. So, like I said, we don't worry about who's leaving the room. We just we only pay attention to who's coming in. And this is what I'm gonna say, because somebody hit me up today, and shout out to them. I won't say no names or whatnot, but somebody asked me, they was like, well, why don't you believe in TC? I said, you must be in the wrong person inbox. Because you ain't never, ever in your life heard Ken Clark say he ain't believe in TC. I said, I wholeheartedly believe in TC. Matter of fact, some people think I believe in TC so much that I'm a homer and I got my blue and white glasses on. But I keep trying to tell folks that you got to be, that must be Kenneth Clark with an E, because I don't know him.
Exactly.
That's
So,
the one with State Farm.
Mm-hmm.
so the other one is like, the other question was that, you know, well, why are so many players leaving? I said, you worried about the players that you saw leaving. My question to you is how many players have you seen enter the room? Because at the end of the day, there was a lot of players that was in the room because of who was also in the room. So when that person that was in the room decided to exit the room, they exited the building as well. And we okay with that because our coach that's taking over right now, building this team with a lot of homegrown talent.
Yep.
Taylorsville is in Mississippi. We got another young man.
Right. Powerhouse too.
I was just going to say that. That's the thing about getting Duke Miller, man. You getting them from a power. All this kid do, all you know is winning programs. That's
facts, man. That's facts.
What, 4 straight years of a championship? He done held up, 2 at Taylorsville, then 2 at EMCC? Come on, man. We're going to get 2 more at Jackson State. Give him 6 years in a row, he holding that thing up.
It came out the trees and Alco and said, put it all in the bag. Put it in there right now.
Just throw it in the bag.
Hey, man, I'm always feeling good, man. I'm definitely feeling good tonight. Like, people get mad on that time. Y'all just mad. Y'all so happy y'all took something from Alcorn. I said, in case you ain't been paying attention, we celebrate every player that become a Jackson State Tiger, but it just feels a little bit better when we take some shit from y'all.
When we take from the other.
It's all fun and games. We'll do the same thing if it was Southern. We'll do the same thing if it was Grambling. We'll do the same thing if it was FAMU. So it ain't no different. Y'all ain't no special. Y'all ain't special. We just like taking stuff. We shack bullies around here.
Y'all just folk down the street.
Here's the funny thing. Everybody was kikiing and ha-haing when we was getting our players taken by the previous coach and other folk. Oh boy, ain't nobody gonna be left. Oh, y'all gonna have a team and all this. Now we taking when we start showing up like just throw it in the bag. Don't get mad now. Ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun.
With your licking ass.
So shout out to Duke Miller. We want to welcome Duke Miller and the family because mom's on the photo. You know, when mom's getting the photo, you know, she all in. You know, mom's a tiger. We're gonna make sure we get mom some merch. Yes, sir.
Hey, ho. We've been on here for 14 minutes. That's just one player.
That's just one.
That's just one.
How many we had in one day?
That's just one.
Let me see how many cigars I got in there right there.
That's just one.
I got 3 of them in there. Let me see. Let's get to the next one. Next one. Actually, the next 2 on the same photo. So we're gonna jump right on into it. Boom shakalaka. Hey, I gotta say this. For those that was asking about offensive linemen, man, we got. Hey, listen. This page right here is personal to me, y'all. We got a young brother from Jackson, Mississippi, and we got a brother from LA, Inglewood, California. Inglewood ain't always up to no good.
Right so down the street.
The whole gambit. But Joe Perkins, y'all. Joe Perkins, 6A Player of the Year, Mississippi Player of the Year, man.
Yes, sir.
Senior year, and MRA went 3-star kid, committed to Florida International. And he's coming home, man.
Played on the national team too, didn't he?
Absolutely.
National team, yeah.
JSU, man.
Big time DB. Man, this is amazing. I'm so happy that we're adding DB depth. I'm telling y'all right now, the defense is going to be arguably one of the best defenses we've seen. And that's even after the 2 defenses we just had. The 2 back-to-back seasons, I think this team is going to be very gritty, tough-nosed, hard-nosed. And Joe Perkins is all of that in one, you know what I mean? So we got Sean Perkins, Pops, you know what I'm saying? JSU Tiger, you know, he was ecstatic.
Legacy, man.
Legacy kid. It's always good to get out. And listen, this is a good day for Jackson State because anytime Jackson State starts getting some of that Madison County talent, that's when you know things are starting to turn a little bit for the Tigers, man, because we don't usually get Jackson State Tigers. I mean, Jackson State, we don't usually get Madison County kids at Jackson State just because of the fact of what it is. And this is the thing about the portal that people got to understand. You may miss out on the kid coming out of high school, but you may be able to get him on the other side of this thing, just like a Josh Clark who was going to Ole Miss out of high school, a 4-star kid. He goes to Ole Miss, he transferred to Northwestern State, and boom, we catch him on the other side. Just like a Tim Stewart that committed to us, wound up leaving, going to Gulf Coast, winning national championship, went on to Troy, got his degree, and comes back to Jackson State. So that's just how you got to play the portal. But look at the kids that are coming back, Zoe and Nook and Tay. Listen, you got Joe Perkins, you got Philip Short, you got Tim Stewart, you got you got Duke Miller, you got who else am I thinking about that transferred in that we wanted? Josh Clark. So what you're starting to see is Coach TC Taylor going in and hitting home runs with the kids that you ain't got to worry about them leaving home like that. It plays into your favor. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I have no problem if we can just. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up. Just on Joe Perkins alone, y'all. If we could hit a home run and get the 3-star talent in the state of Mississippi, we'll be a dominant program, just like a mid-major FBS team. I'm telling you that right now.
I definitely agree.
Because if we can get the Isaiah Spencers, the Mike Williams, the Joe Perkins, the Tim Stewarts, the Philip Shorts, the Duke Millers, if we can get those types of talent into the city of Jackson at Jackson State, and we keep those kids in
a Sunbelt level team.
Oh my goodness, man, we dominate the SWAC without question. Because if somebody say, "Well, I don't go along with that," well, I'll tell you why. That's the case. That's all Mississippi State and Ole Miss do. They load up on 3 stars, and most of them are from the state of Mississippi,
and they rank damn near me,
especially Mississippi State. So I'll pause on that on Joe Perkins. If any of you guys got anything you want to touch on about that, and then we'll move on to Mr.
Joe Perkins. Coach Joe Perkins come from a strong pedigree, man. He's a strong JSU lineage, as well as came from the beginning of the change of MRA. State champion in high school. That team was loaded. Yep. And bear in mind, that was his senior year was the team that actually beat Trinity. That first game of the season.
Yep.
It was and coincidentally, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Perkins had the last great defensive player of that game, and then turn around and you had that long touchdown pass the guy actually caught. But strong program in MRA, man, and the kid's been on the field producing at Florida National the moment he got there. Played a lot of special teams his freshman year, and got on the field and played his sophomore year. Can play both safety spots very, very well. In high school, he played both sides of the ball. But man, if you go back and pull up his rating, he is a high level 3-star, meaning that he was on the lower end of actually squeezing in to be a 4-star player. Really, really good. Man has the measurables, very instinctive, and still growing into his frame. I actually believe Joe can actually squeeze up to get about 6'2". If you know anything about his dad, he's pretty much almost there with his dad. Mm-hmm. I think Joe got another inch and a half to grow, believe it or not. And if he does, you're talking about, man, 6'2", 200 at the safety spot. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Tough man. I'm telling you, man. And like I said, look, big ups to Sean, but also his mom, man. His mom's they're from the Delta. I mean, he's Mississippi through and through. So I'm telling you, man, damn good pickup with Joe Perkins coming back home. And look, look, he played the MRA, but look, don't get it twisted. Joe Perkins from Jackson, Mississippi.
There it is. You see, he represents. I love that. The way that photo would say Jackson, Mississippi, man. Beautiful. I love that, bro. Love it. His dad was definitely happy and proud. Absolutely. TD or Nick, y'all got anything? And we're gonna move on to the big fella.
No, y'all covered our bases, bro. Happy to have bro back home, man.
There it is. Next man up, Mr. Sire Riley. So I'll let you take that one first, man. I'm excited about this kid here, man. This is a big time interior, a big time guard, man.
Hey, man, I got one thing to say to Sire when I meet him. Bro, the moment you pancake somebody, you got to talk like you Run DMC. Get on and say, you must call me Sire. The moment you pancake somebody, you got to call me Sire. But man, big body. And look, for all the people, we need O-linemen. TC need to get this. We need this. I'm like, man, shut up. TC know what he needs. It's coming.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and read his bio real quick, and then we'll jump into that. Hey, man, do not give me any updates on the game, bro. My TV is off. I don't want to know nothing. I'm not.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna tell you.
Nah, please don't. I'm gonna put you in the goulash if you put in the comment. This is not about the Lakers tonight. I don't want to.
Tweet. Hey,
I don't want to see it, y'all. Please do me a favor. If we lose, you'll tell me the final score. I don't give a shit. I'm not looking at all tonight. Please.
Donation. Get out that goulash.
Hey, so in high school, young man, he pretended Pacific Palisades High School was a junior named Western League Offensive Lineman of the Year. He was third team All-State junior team by Cal Hawaii Cal High Sports, named All-City Selection, second team prior to senior year, rated the sixth best guard prospect in the top 10 guards in the West by Scout.com. As a senior, named to the All-Western League first team, tied first team with 55 pancake blocks in 12 games with a 63-yard interception return on defense. Damn. Okay, rated a three-star prospect by 247.com and Rivals.com, rated number 71 offensive guard prospect in the country by 247sports.com, rated the number 100 overall prospect in California by Rivals.com. So he was pretty highly touted coming out of high school in 2017. So 2018, now this is something to look to pay attention to. Freshman year, he redshirted, did not appear in the game. Redshirt freshman year, 2019, did not appear in the game. Sophomore year, did not appear in the game. And redshirt sophomore year in 2021, did not appear in a game. So he transferred to Idaho State. Now, even though you might say, okay, he didn't play, but he was on an FBS team, a Power 5 team at that in the Pac-12. So you're looking at the development, you're looking at being in a really good, you know what I'm saying, strictly conditioning type program. Because, you know, anybody that know about Washington, that's an air raid style offense. There's a team that plays pretty aggressive. And then being an interior lineman is something that we desperately need. Go to Idaho State, and he proceeded to do his thing. Graduated.
Might spend a little time on the leech, huh, Ken? Around that time? Maybe. It's possible. Yeah.
So basically, now he's in a situation now he's a grad transfer. So you got a grad transfer, older, mature, well-seasoned, and you got a great offensive line coach, Coach J.O. I'm ecstatic to have Brother Cy Riley as be a part of the Tiger Nation family, man. And
welcome to the family, Cy.
Absolutely, man. So, hey, one more person, man, I do want to touch on, man, I saw this before we got on the live stream, and I want to shout out Warren Newman, man. He posted this. He posted some photos today. He officially is New Jersey General, man. He's like, let's ride.
Shout out.
So it's good to see we back in this thing, man.
We, man.
We out there rocking number 10. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to him, Edna Carr grad. Hey, listen, speaking of Edna Carr, man, if y'all want a good program to watch, go on Hulu. Algiers America. It's covering the Edna Carr program. Amazing documentary. We know he was a part of that team that won a state championship. Edna Carr. He was one of our most beloved Tigers, and he's continuing to follow his dream, playing at the next level. And we excited. We definitely gonna be checking out tomorrow to see if he can get on that field, man, and make some plays like he always do, man. But shout out to Warren Newman, and just wanted to throw that up there, man. So yeah, man.
Look at you.
Hey, ho.
Hey, DeJuan, I'm telling you, bro. Let me tell y'all something, man. It's a really good whoa. James, you stealing my thunder, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do a little something, but we gotta be careful with that because we definitely got some other sports we want to try to knock out, but we definitely looking to present some money to the football program. But for right now, we still got initiatives we got to do. I'm telling y'all now, get ready, y'all, because we have a Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club initiative coming, and I'm going to extend this platform for those that rock with us and support us. We got to get some equipment, man. So there's a number, but I'm not telling you nothing until we'll jump back into it toward the end of the month. We need to give everybody a break on initiatives and stuff like that, man. So we'll come around the beginning, like the 1st of June, and then we'll push it out. Some specific things we need to get. Next month, I'm going to be going home, and myself, Zoe, and Corey is going to be sitting down with the coaching staff, meeting with Coach TC and staff, and we're going to iron out the specifics of exactly what we're going to be doing going into the season, the access, what it's going to look like, so forth and so on. So I'm telling y'all now, I ordered the banner. Zoe know what I'm talking about. I ordered the backdrop and the banners and the tablecloth for Tiger Talk. I'm just saying, y'all, Swag Media Day, you're gonna see a very clean, dope setup for the podcast, man. So we're not coming with no bull junk. We looking for sponsors. We also looking for channel sponsors for this platform as well. But we're definitely looking forward to it all, man. So I would keep you updated on the score. Nah, brother Bakari, you might not want to do that. Got love for you, bro, but I will mute you until the show over with. But nah, I don't want to do that. I'm teasing. But Zoe is gone, bro. It's gone, dog.
He got a spoon.
Yeah, it's gone, bro.
Juice out. Come on, bro. It ain't serious.
Hey, Ken.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was having some internet issue. I wanted to ask when y'all was talking about Joe.
Yep.
On the team with, did he play with Short?
Yeah, they was on the same team. They were seniors together.
That's what's up. And
Yes,
you speaking on Madison County, man. Like you said, if the coach continue to hit Madison County, like
yes.
man, from
absolutely. Yeah, I failed to mention that, but Coach Bryce Brown is a Grambling alumnus and a great coach. And I'm telling y'all now that if he wanted to leave Edna Carr, he'd have a lot of suitors, but he has a life's mission that goes on down there. He had no interest in leaving at this time, but because he's down there saving lives, man. Y'all just got to go check out the documentary. But yeah, you're right, TD. Man, that Madison County talent, bro, it's definitely. Hey, Veronica, how you doing, sis?
Yeah, what a documentary. You might have said it might
Hulu.
went over here.
Hulu.
All
It's
right,
called Algiers, because it's the city of Algiers. You know, Algiers is across the water.
West Bank.
On the West Bank. So you got yeah, he definitely a good dude, man. It's a great documentary, man. I got to watch the last episode, but I really enjoyed it, man. It's good stuff.
Tough area too, man. Very tough area.
Oh, whoa. Xander. What you talking about? He's not going to help get some dogs from Mazda. Hey.
Look at young Nino.
Player, you keep doing what you're doing.
Look at young Nino.
I ain't Nino. What Nino? That's Xander.
Hey, Xander, man. Hey, let me know if I need to go home and have some conversations with my Madison County folk. Yeah, man, we loving it, man. I'm a happy camper right now. We got Braxton Barney, we got Isaiah Spencer, we got Joe Perkins, we got Philip Short. You know what I'm saying? We got Josh Short.
BJ
Washington for sure. And
Braxton.
I said Barney first.
Yeah, real.
I mean, everything went on my head, man. I'm getting old.
I mean, hey, don't forget you still got Velma Jackson and Kenton up that way. You head on up there to our home county. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, we'd be more than happy to have some. You know, we recruit everybody in the whole greater Jackson metropolitan area, man. We definitely. Oh, and by the way, Brother C. Lee is definitely going to be coming up again tonight because there's some specific things I wanted him. We were in the comment section talking about a few things, and I wanted him to pick back up where he left off at on last show, just kind of speaking to some specifics about the city of Jackson and this takeover that's not going to happen, especially not the Jackson State. And but that's where we at right now.
He asked y'all a question, Zoe.
It sure did. All on one state.
Hey, Celie asked y'all a question on the last show about do you think fans to drop off if Jackson State lost some games before they came home, and you said
we answered that. We answered that.
Yeah, I know you answered, and you said you don't think so, right?
For the first game?
Yeah, for the first home game. He said if Jackson State kind of has some issues on the road, do we think we'll drop off for the first home game?
No. Hell no.
Okay. Which one of y'all are trying to hack my Twitter?
Hell no.
No.
Hold on. Torrente, how long you been going to Jackson football game?
I don't remember.
But you've been going a long time, right?
Right. Typically,
no matter what, how's the first home game in Jackson State?
Yeah, we'll be in there now. We'll be in there.
Okay.
You know, with a lot going on, yeah, like we talking like you talking about, we talking about everybody get their season tickets. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just have some people who ride the wave.
But it don't matter. I'm gonna ask you again. Since you've been going to Jackson State football game, how was the first home game?
It be packed now. We be in there.
Okay.
Nah, we'll be fine, man. I don't think we yeah, I don't
The
think
first game don't matter. I'm talking about win, loss, tie. First home game don't matter. First home game and homecoming is gonna be packed regardless, no matter what happens.
and we only whoa.
First
Okay.
home game.
You started that. You ain't got to start because I could. You change the color when you start. Miss Claudette Alford, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the channel. We appreciate your support. Make yourself at home. Make yourself comfortable. We on here Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Mr. Brown, I concur, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just answering the hypothetical.
I like that. I gonna drop out. We gonna be 4-0. You got that right. We coming for everything. You know what I'm saying? We are. So I'm just saying, like when you look at it, you look at that first game. That first game is gonna be really the tone setter for the season. You know, we take on South Carolina State in the MEAC SWAC Challenge, and we go out there. We get that. Yeah, I know. I say it the way they say it. And I've been saying SWAC MEAC, but that's my OCD kicking in. But what'll happen is that you'll see us win. You'll see us win.
Coach said we're 3-1.
Hey man, who's starring the members? Like, why are the members being starred? They automatically going into a start. Hey, Ashton, appreciate you, brother. Welcome to the channel, man. You're a good brother.
Okay, Ash, what's going on with you, bro?
Man, I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate
Young
that,
Nino.
man. Young Nino and his thing. But no, so you see that win, and then you immediately avenge the loss of South Carolina State. You know, you open the season up with a W. That's gonna set the tone for the season. And then you're looking at going to Miami. Y'all know how we do FAMU. Y'all know how we do FAMU. So, you know,
What color that thing is?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. True story. All my years of living.
Hey, sis.
I ain't never seen nobody get bit by no snake in Mississippi before. My whole life.
Hey, Rochelle been working out.
In Florida,
But I can tell you right now, I see plenty of people on Facebook that cut some snake heads off. Y'all have seen them around this time of the year too.
Yeah, y'all, Rochelle will be up whenever she can be. She got the link already. So whenever you get ready, sis, you're more than welcome to join.
Of course, we talking about FAMU, and she got them FAMU colors on that photo.
There it is right there. Oh my goodness. I thought I was alone. Well, you thought you was alone on Whitley. So
that's Zoe.
So one other thing, y'all, and listen, we didn't get a chance to do a baseball tailgate this evening. You know, y'all got to forgive me on that one, man. But speaking of baseball, Sunday night is actually going to be senior night this weekend. This would have been the weekend that we would have did it. I'm woe out, man.
You bring them out of travel?
I couldn't make it back home, and it's okay. Y'all more than welcome to go out there tomorrow and do your thing, man. Go set up, and go support the baseball team. You don't have to have us to do it, but we got some things in mind for baseball that we're gonna make up for it. But Sunday night game is at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Right before the game is gonna be senior day. Senior. It's gonna be senior day, senior night rather. So just if you can get out there to support the baseball team, be sure to go do that, man. We got a home stand against Mississippi Valley this weekend, so we got to go get them dubs, man. I'm pretty sure. And then it's because of I think it was weather delay, wasn't it? I think it's a double header tomorrow. So you got a double header tomorrow, 2 games in one day. So feel free to get out there tomorrow and at 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. 2 p.m., 5 p.m. Baseball tomorrow, doubleheader. Then you got senior night on Sunday, game at 1 p.m. So if you can get by there, get by there. And listen, I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way now because I ain't going to see y'all on Monday. I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful moms out there. I hope you guys are greatly celebrated. You know what I'm saying? I know we got all the moms in there. I just do me a favor, man. Could all the moms in the chat, man, put a heart in the chat. Just drop a comment, and we're gonna salute you, man. Drop a heart in the chat for me. All the mothers out there, man. That's in the chat. We got 470. I know. I don't care if it's 5. I don't care if it's 400 hearts. Put them in the chat.
Look, why you at it, man? Let me send a happy birthday out on Thursday, May 10th, to my Aunt Bernice Liddell. Also sent yesterday, May 11th, Tiffany Map. And then also today, it's my baby sister's birthday, man. Melissa, she's actually in Dallas right now.
Happy birthday, everybody. Y'all know we got, look at all the love in there, man. The ladies, y'all, see, let me tell y'all something, mom. Not only y'all mothers, but y'all, the ladies make the show what it is, man. We can't do nothing. Rochelle, we miss you. You understand what I'm saying? You've been missing on. You've been I know you're getting strong and everything, but we've been missing y'all, missing you. And the ladies came on Wednesday night and they held it down. Do you hear me? They held it down. So, ladies, when we drop the link, I don't need a whole lot of rusty dudes jumping up here. You ain't got nothing to talk about. But this is your night. Come on up and let us celebrate y'all. It's Friday. Let your hair down. I know it's been a long week. It's been grueling now. It's been tough on your boy now. You know what I'm saying? So I'll tell you, it's been a long week, man. You know what I'm saying? I did some work this week. Some weeks some weeks get a little shaky, but this week I worked. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, I'm seeing the hearts out there, man. I'm seeing the hearts out there. We don't need no heart with no broken hearts. Hey, man, if mama ain't around, hey, it's okay. Mama's still with you. Every time you see mama, every time you look in the mirror, you see mama. So she ain't gone. She just transitioned to the other side. You just can't see her in the flesh no more. Marcus, you too. I'm with you, bro. You know, it's all good. I know this used to be a tough time, but I'm hugging everybody. It's all right. And it's okay. But here's the thing, man. Happy Mother's Day to everybody, man. You know, I'm still blessed to have my mom. I'm gonna have to send her some flowers. Love you, my Dukes. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if she's watching, but I got kids by a few of them, and I gotta send them all some. I'm gonna just leave that alone right there. I'm gonna be nice this weekend. It's your day. I just feel I'm finna get a cuss words text to me right there. I just feel it. But shout out to all the moms out there, man. Shout out to the moms, man. Happy Mother's Day. We love y'all, man. We appreciate y'all. We thank y'all for the support. And yeah. Y'all got anything, bro? Y'all want to y'all just leave me out there on my own, huh?
Yeah, man. We'd like to wish all the ladies happy Mother's Day. I'm sure, you know, you guys are great mothers because, man, these kids need you. I lost my mom in 2010. So
it is well, right.
Yeah, so hey, I know how precious that is. So take care of your mom. I mean, no matter what the situation is, no matter how mean you think she is, or
I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Diamond.
Yeah, she's not cool. Hey, love your mom.
No doubt. No doubt, man. Let me tell y'all something, man. So you got anything? Nook, you got anything before I say what I'm about to say?
Happy Mother's Day to all the
Happy Mother's Day.
Let me say this, man. Let me say this real quick, man. Because I don't feel like none that I go through is just for me. Love on your moms, man. You know, this is what I will say. A lot of mothers and fathers are thrust into parenthood, and it doesn't come with an instruction manual. They do the best they can, and sometimes their shortcomings are passed down to us, and we inherit trauma, we inherit terrible situations, and we don't get it. You know, I was the baby of 5. A lot of things happened in my past and childhood that really caused me to, you know what I'm saying, have some resentment in my heart that I didn't even know I had. You know what I'm saying? So just kind of going through stuff. But when you believe in the good Lord, man, you know that everything that happens is the way it is the way it was always supposed to be. Ain't nothing broke. So when you learn that he's in control of everything and he's the one that's ordering your steps, ordering your life, you learn to forgive a whole lot quicker. You understand what I'm saying? And you appreciate, because I went years, y'all. I went years, man, just thinking that things were one way. And I didn't realize, because I was the baby, because I was the youngest, I was shielded from certain things. And I wasn't told certain things, TD. You see what I'm saying? So because I was young, my mind was thinking that it was something else, when in actuality, that thing that I was thinking wasn't really that way. You follow what I'm talking about? And then when I realized later on as an adult that, damn, I was being protected and shielded from some things, I had to go back and really just apply all that understanding retroactively. And I had to forgive, man. I had to forgive. And Tristan, we happy you're here, bro. We on Mother's Day right now. And good to see you, bro. Y'all go follow that page. But anyway, let me stay on point. So yeah, man. Love your parents, love your kids. I mean, love whatever, man. Take this opportunity. And I just got a feeling that somebody in that chat got some resentment towards a parent or something like that. And let me tell you something, man. Forgiveness is for you. And you go love on your mom, man, and celebrate them. Now, listen, y'all. Listen to me. And I'm gonna shut up when I say this. Now, next month, when it's Father's Day, y'all need to get that same energy to the daddies, because we need that same love and support, man, and we need that same encouragement. And a lot of times we tear each other down. You know what I mean?
And Ken,
ain't no one parent greater than the other, because in the end, it's about the child. Kids, you love your daddy, you love your mama, and you just celebrate your parents. You get a chance to do so, and that's all I had on. I just felt moved to say that. Go ahead, TD.
And even if you feel like your mom is not gonna be receptive or whatever you do, for whatever reason, for whatever differences you guys had, remember, you always do what you're supposed to do, and you always do what's right. Let everything else handle itself. Because I know there's some people out there who feel like, hey, the relationship, the division between my mom and I or my father and I can be mended.
Oh,
so
yeah.
As an adult, you have to be strong. You have to pray. You have to trust in the Lord, and you have to be the bigger person if you want to.
Miss Gloria, I disagree. Miss Gloria, I love you, baby, but I disagree. I ain't gonna go down that road, but mama ain't father. I know it'd be some women out there that had to step into place. I'm a, because I had a great father and I'm a great father to the best of my ability. I just, you still mama. You just mama picking up the slack of a parent that probably absent or ain't doing what they should do for whatever reason. But trust me, when you look at that, that child gonna tell you straight up, like, you mama.
Right.
Daddy ain't no replacement for daddy, man. And it's just, I don't know, man. I'm good. Listen, I'm telling you, man, like, get it out, man. And when you are a recipient of grace and mercy, you are a little bit more apt to forgive and move on for the sake of you. And God's character, man, is just, he said his grace is sufficient. So if he it's very hard to be a recipient of grace and mercy, man, and then be, to manage and deal with people with a hard fist. You do have a heart of compassion, and just you move accordingly. And we proceed. That's how you gotta live in life, man. Somebody asked me a question today about being optimistic and being positive and all that type of stuff, man. But that's it, man. That's it. I just wanted to take that time. I get a little emotional when it comes to mom, but I just shared that because it's Mother's Day weekend. I went to therapy, y'all, and I'm an open book. I'm gonna tell y'all again, what I went through wasn't for me. I realized that I learned later on that I was gonna be a servant. I was gonna preach through my actions and around me and all that type of stuff. So you can resent people and folks that you love and not even know it, because you built this wall and you don't become hardened and cemented in your position, and you start thinking that pain is normal. Pain ain't normal, man. You just mask it very well because you get a lot of stuff. When you do a lot of stuff and you stay busy, you drink it away, you sex it away, you talk it away, you attention it away, you sport it away, you work it out away, you eat it away. And in actuality, it ain't none of that. So anyway, that's my little moment. It's Friday, man. It's Friday. We getting it out, man. But this is what healing looks like. Sometimes healing comes in the form of expression. And that's what their platform for, man. We had a lot of people that have used this platform for whatever you choose to use it for. It's 1,400 and friends over here, man. So whatever you need, we here for you. We're going to open this thing up in just a minute, and we want y'all to come up. Whatever you want to express, you express it. But we still smoking that Alcorn pack. Don't forget that. We ain't forgot. We just moved on to another topic for a minute, and we're going to circle back and touch it again. So just want everybody to – it's also – the reason I'm saying this, and I'm somebody said a shirt, and I'm going to shut up. Here come Michelle. Here come the matriarch of the channel. There she go with them strong shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing yet. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. It is. This is and I had someone text me, great friend of mine, you know what I'm saying, that asked me, hey, are you okay? How you doing? And they was like, I was like, huh? I was like, I'm good. I'm good. I was like, why you asking me that? They was like, oh no, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. I just wanted to check in and see. You know how they say check on your strong friends? And I was like, I appreciate that. I appreciate you just texting me, asking me, am I okay? Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of the way first. Shut up, Zoe. We ain't even said nothing yet. Hi, Michelle, how you doing, sis?
Listen, this whole week, my computer crashed. So I haven't had a computer in 5 days.
What you were watching on your computer that made your computer crash like that?
No, it didn't. But what was crazy is that I had two office systems on my thing at the same time. One activated, the other one, so they were canceling each other out. It was crazy. And they finally gave me my computer back, but I'm so far behind. And then you got to upload everything back onto your computer because it was, so I'm still not there yet. Listen, what you said though, I was gonna hope we would talk about it. It is Mental Health Awareness Month, y'all. So I'm glad that person thought about that, Ken. And
hey, caught me off guard, and I was thankful. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's one that's really, really needed. I'm gonna ask y'all for prayers because next week I'm doing a whole women's conference, empowering conference, and I'm the keynote speaker.
Wow.
And it's our time to shine. So even us as women, how stress and not taking care of your mental health is causing us to have more heart attacks than we ever had. So it's pretty interesting. So we do need to check on each other. And I was really listening to people that don't have their parent. And my mom has been gone now for 16 years. But what's funny is that I'm closer to her now, Ken, than I was when she was alive.
Oh, you see, you are already cooking with some fish grease right now.
I am, when I tell you, because I didn't understand.
Hey, Carl, chill out, bro. Chill out. Go ahead.
What it is that I didn't understand why my mama moved the way she moved because I didn't know her story. So I always tell people who got parents.
That's what I was trying to say.
I always tell people who got parents before they're your mother, she's a woman. Do you know her story?
Man, do you know? I got a friend on here watching right now that'll tell you. I saw my mother's high school photos. I ain't never seen it before. I cried for a whole day. I did. I cried for a whole day, and I couldn't understand why I was crying. I just was like, I'd never seen my mother like that before. Because all I knew is when I saw her, she was just mama.
And that's what everybody said.
5 kids, respiratory therapy, worked with St. Dominic Hospital, the wife of, you know what I'm saying, Richard Clark. And, you know, and it was just, then when you see the struggling, it's just like, a lot of questions and things that just didn't make sense. But you don't realize that your mama had a life and she's a whole different person.
Yep.
And so kids don't even learn their parents' name until a certain age. So you just know that this is the person that I see who face that's taking care of me. You know what I'm saying? So, but keep going. We
look at parents as sometimes, especially moms, as super mothers. But when someone told me, do you know my mom's story? So now I always thought it was me. But my mother was raised in the racist part of Mississippi, where you have to be hard. And I think sometimes we forget that. And so It wasn't that she was mean towards me. She was loving me the best way she could, but because she grew up having not to have any emotions, I don't think she knew how to separate the two. So now, since I understand my mom, I'm like loving on her more than ever, because to me, when you was talking about the transition, that is really true, because the spirit never dies. I now sound like my mama more than ever. It's so funny. I was like, girl, you need to get back to heaven, because the stuff she said that I hated, this is what's coming out of my mouth now, Ken. And it is sometimes the stuff that I say, my auntie's like, oh my gosh, you turning into your mom. And I just sit back and crack up laughing, because I really am. So I would tell everybody, cherish the memories of the loved one that has passed away. I promise you, if you connect to the spirit, they have never left. They really have never left. I don't care what no one says. We are mind, body, and spirit. And my mom is now with me presently more than she ever was. So I love her. It's amazing. So just take it day by day. If you need to cry, cry. If you need to scream, scream. Actually, look up scream therapy. Is actually one of the best things that you can do, is to let that stuff out. So, but honor the ones that don't. But this is also what I want to say for those who don't have a good relationship with your mother. That's okay too. Because sometimes you have to have a whole boundaries with your own parents, because some of them can be toxic, and that's just real. And so guard your heart, and don't let anybody tell you how you should feel during this time, because your feelings matter. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. I'm done. Let me eat my grapefruit. Oh, I weigh in tomorrow. I think I done released maybe 15 pounds. I know.
Rochelle.
Tomorrow. Yes.
Rochelle. Question. Do you think parents should be above apologizing?
Oh, Lord, they gotta apologize.
I mean, because some situations where parents know they may now have taken their kid down the right path, or done some things that may have affected their kids, and they have too much pride because they feel that they're the parents to apologize.
Well, parents don't want to. This is the problem. That's a good question. But a lot of parents don't want to acknowledge that. And I can say it this way, and it's gonna make sense to y'all. The mother that I love is also the mother that caused me trauma.
Yep. Oh yeah, you speaking now? Come on now. Come on now.
The mother that I love is the first one that caused me trauma. Now, it doesn't mean that it was intentional, but she still traumatized me based on how she was raised.
That's facts.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said I had to understand her story. Because in Black cultures, we were just told that kids don't matter. Yes, you do. They told us we should be seen and not heard. No, we shouldn't. Because then we grow up to be really obnoxious adults, because we screaming at everybody because we wasn't heard when we was kids. A lot of parents do not want to acknowledge that they caused some problems in their kids' lives. So they just want to pray about it and ask the Lord to forgive them, but they ain't went to the child that they messed up with. You have to own your stuff. You got to own your stuff. That's the only way true forgiveness is going to come in, is when you acknowledge that, baby, I hurt you. I hurt you with my words, and I want to say that I'm sorry. Man. You have to acknowledge what you've done wrong. And just because you are a parent does not mean that everything was done right. And my baby brother, to this day, he's struggling because he cannot say that his mother caused his trauma. And it's tormenting him on the inside, because in his mind, he thinks if he says that he's dishonoring my mother's life, and he's not. The truth is the truth.
That's true.
So even though it wasn't an intentional hurt, it still traumatized him.
That's true.
And you got to own it.
Yeah. I just say, man, listen to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Get healthy, man. And whatever that looks like, right. See therapy. I was having a conversation today. I tell everybody, best decision I ever made was to go to therapy. People be like, oh, you can't, some stuff you can't just pray away. God made therapists too. We act like we got, I'm not saying it ain't gonna, you know what I mean? You can't church away everything.
And hold on, because therapy and God are real good friends. Well, listen, what you just said is that, and I think so. This is the part that we don't want to hear. The reason we do that, the reason we want to pray it away, because we don't want to be confronted with it. So we just think we can pray and ask God to relieve it, and that ain't how God works. God was like, no, girl, I need you to handle all that stuff you handle in your kid. deal with it, because I'm not gonna take it away from you.
That's just the thing is you that's why you say that, and that's why people be, you know, I mean, I guess you could say it this way. You know, you go praise, and then when you go home, you raise hell. We've all been, because you ain't addressed the issue that's really the underlying problem. Not that you can, the biggest problem you can't really address anyway, but you can acknowledge it and try to have a healthy mind. But I do want to do this real quick because I got this coming up, and I don't want to get so behind on the comments. I want to say a huge shout out to congratulations to Jackson State owns DeMarco Morgan. I wanted to put that up there. I wanted to say congratulations to him for joining, Good Morning America. And Jackson State's own, man. I mean, he was just a beautiful story of just perseverance and just his story, sitting down with Robin Roberts, and, he brought him to tears. But D.I. Love, man, he's a great ambassador for Jackson State. He was a keynote speaker at the commencement not too long ago. And this is our HBCU. This is Black history, man, in living color. And such an amazing person to be around, to talk to. I met him once and just talked to him, and just briefly, just in passing through. And he's just such a really cool guy. And it couldn't have happened for I was watching the interview, and he said something. He talked about talked about not questioning God, because at the same time that he got the call that he was going to be getting it, coming to, I think, ABC or Good Morning America, he said his brother passed away. Wow. And so literally on while he's taking that phone call, his sister's calling in. I think it was his sister, he said, was calling to say that his brother had just passed. So on the same day he's getting this great news, that he's at the same time he's getting this terrible news. So he just it's just an amazing story, and we just want to celebrate him. D.I. Love, shout out to the brother DeMarco Morgan. And we're definitely going to watch. We're definitely going to tune in. Congratulations, DeMarco. Co-pilot 1911 said, yo to the Noops. I'm not sure who all is a Noop in the chat, but apparently he is. And I'm not in the fraternity, obviously. But definitely want to put that up there since they put that out there. But amazing accomplishment, and we're proud of you, brother. And we're gonna try to get him on Tiger Talk.
Listen, I thought was amazing when he said that all the schools rejected him but Jackson State.
Ain't that something? Say graduated last in class. I mean, it just goes to show you, man. Don't ever think that your that any of that stuff has anything to do with the fate or the script that God has for your life.
That's right.
You should walk around every day. I mean, the universe will tend to shape itself around the way you think. That's what the Bible says. For so a man shall, for the way that you think, that's how your life's gonna go. So if you're sitting around thinking that today is, life is the worst thing that's going on, or I'm this, or I'm that, chances are you're gonna attract a lot of that type of energy into your space. But if you have a good, clean mindset, and sometimes we have to set the tone. I was pouting at times because I was like, well, I always got to be the big person. Well, I always got to be the one to apologize. But what I learned is that sometimes you got to participate in your own rescue. Sometimes you got to give what people, because you got parents out here that live with guilt too. They know what they did.
Yeah,
that's right.
They know how it affected you. So they don't really know. But sometimes in order to get the love that I want back, I give it. I go love on the people that done me something. And it warms them up, put their guard down, and next thing you know, you see them and you let them know, I love you anyway, because God is in control of our life, and what he had to happen, because it's gonna be one or two things. Either I'm gonna be mad at him for his will, or I'm gonna say his will. He can't be both. Can't have somebody will and then you be mad about what went down and act like something broke and somebody got some type of power and authority to do something that he ain't had them to do.
Okay. So, I do believe what you said. Also, sometimes stuff happened to us to see, especially for those who claim they want to be in leadership. You listen, Linda, you got to be ready, because can you really handle the cray out there in a leadership role? So as I look at a lot of stuff that I went through, Ken, it's a quote, and you gonna understand this: life is live forward, but
word unstoppable 25. That's right.
Did you hear what I said, Ken?
I missed you. Go ahead.
It said life is lived forward but understood backwards.
That's correct.
So when I was going through the craziness, I didn't understand it, but I trusted the process. When I would look back, God was just preparing me for where I am now. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, as you look back at it, now you understand why you had to go through that to get to where you are today. Because especially if you're talking about, that's why I always say you can God trust you with greatness, because I see the greatness that he has on you. But the guy's like, let me make sure my son Ken can handle the pressure I'm about to apply to his big head.
What they say? They say he don't call the equipped, he equipped the call.
Yeah.
He don't need your help, he don't need mine either. If he got something he want to get done, he'll just get in here and do it.
Listen, so
that's all I'm saying. So that's how we got here, man. That's how we do what we do. And it's all good, man. So the man said, wherever I am, God is. That's a powerful mindset. He ain't lying. Whether you know it or not, that's the case. But anywho, I appreciate you for coming on tonight. You know, we needed this. Every now and again, you gotta just start talking about the stuff that ain't really the truth. Football is a sport. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay, man. Sometimes we get real on this channel, y'all. We get real. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, you know what? Our toucan is
Hey, Mr. Hatter in this thing. Hey, hey, we coming for y'all, Mr. Hatter. I know, you know. Hey, we coming now. Just telling you now. It's gonna be lit. We're gonna be in there. We're gonna take over the stadium, just so you know that, by the way. We're gonna buy all the tickets. What we ought to do is we ought to buy, see, we're gonna mess around and buy home side seats, and then we're gonna sit over there with y'all at, and then we're gonna be just disruptive. A whole lot of blue and white. I'm just telling you now, we're gonna take over your stadium.
Is this our first time playing Texas?
Thank you for tuning in, brother. Huh?
Is this our first time playing them?
I don't think we ever played Texas State. Man, listen, we're going to San Marcos, Texas, down the street from Austin, Texas, where I lived for 7 years, and I love it. What it do? Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you for tuning in, man. Hopefully Preston's doing well. Seeing all the other people post, but you have memories. Words don't bring comfort. You just to keep yourself going.
Is that about a death?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just
it's like words cannot bring. Yeah, it has to be. I think we were talking about death and Mother's Day, and
yeah. No doubt. So, but anywho,
can I ask you this? As you're gonna be talking to Coach, make sure you talk to Coach about those young men's mental strength. You know,
Yeah.
We gotta have that conversation, because let me tell you something. Those young men are under more stress than we can imagine, especially. And one thing that the former coach did say is that those who think they got the whole weight of their family on their shoulders to succeed.
Hey, Kobe, man, I'm proud of you, brother. I mean, that's Doc. I'm sorry, I thought it was Kobe. Proud of you, Doc. Most definitely, bro. Keep going,
those young men need to be taught.
Keep going. We man, listen, every day. Go ahead, Rochelle. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, what I was saying for our young men, that's a lot of weight on their shoulders, especially if their goal is to help their family. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of pressure on those young men. And to be able to play in a caliber at Jackson State and keep your grades up and everything else in between, that's a lot. And then you have all these young men coming from different areas, different parts of their lives. So they may make these mistakes, but even though they're quote unquote men, they're really boys, because who done taught them how to be a man. So even though they're coming in, I'm a junior, but are they really mentally a junior?
No, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Feel youthful, and that usually most coaches have some form of, not just spirituality, but some form of just mental health.
Oh my God, Ken, I got something. I'm gonna send you one. I just made these cards called the feelings chart, right? And inside of the chart, it gave you all these words. I'm gonna send you one to help you deal with your feelings, because sometimes when you ask people how they feel, they don't know. Like, good is not a feeling. Blessed and highly favored is not a feeling. You know, we just go.
I got a feeling. Good is a feeling.
Good is not a feeling.
Hey, Ken.
And we snatched up something, so I feel good.
You're welcome, Brian. You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ken.
I want to interrupt you and give a disclaimer. Good is an amazing feeling, by the way.
It's not a feeling.
What did Halle Berry say on Monsters Ball? She told Billy Bob Thornton. She said, "I want to feel good."
Hold on, time out.
Who feel good?
Hold on. So you calling Stephanie Mills a lie? She said she feel good all over.
Right now, I'm on therapy on y'all. I don't care what y'all
Stephanie Mills said she feel good all over.
Hey, you see right there? That's good. You hear me?
All over her body.
It's not a feeling. I don't care what y'all
Hold on. Let me tell you what you want to say. It ain't a feeling to you.
No, it's not. Look up the word good. It's not a feeling.
Okay. Time out. Rochelle, do me a favor. Explain that.
It's good an adjective.
What explain what, Ken?
It's good an adjective.
Why is good not a feeling?
It's good an adjective.
Great is not a feeling either.
What is a feeling then? Give me an example of a feeling. Give me 2 examples.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give you an example.
Hold on.
I actually got
you
it.
Answer my question. It's good an adjective.
Here you go right here. When you say,
hey, what Brianna say? All over.
All over her body.
What that Martin say? All over your body.
All over your body.
Let me tell you what I mean. When you hear somebody say this, it's all good. Is that a good time? Do they say it in a good way or a negative way? Because
they just use it in a different way.
Are you really going to use semantics right now?
No, I had my little sister. Every time I would call her when she was going through something, I said, "Baby, how you doing?" It's all good. It's all good. And I know she was lying. What I'm telling y'all can do what y'all want to do.
No. I'm not talking about that. Hold on. We're not talking about the application.
Let me say this. It's not an emotion. Blessed and highly favored is not an emotion.
We said feeling. Pause. Time out. We said feeling. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. If someone, this is all I'm on. I'm not on it. I was watching like Lisa Ray this morning on a video of her doing some chiropractic stuff. He's like, does that feel like it feels good? A feeling. What is a feeling? Like, explain that to me. If I can't say it feels good,
the difference. I'm talking about your emotion. I'm not talking about words.
Okay. I mean, you talking about emotions.
I'm talking about emotions. When I ask you for instance, I'll give y'all an example. When I had clients that come in, I said, "How was your week?" "Oh, it was good, Miss Rochelle." And then I give them this feelings chart, Zoe. This feelings chart. Here they go. I say, "Show me some words on how you was feeling since you had such a good week." Here they go. Okay, I was hurt. I was depressed. I was this stuff. But when you get to the core of it, I'm like, so you wasn't good. But that's the way they knew how until you give someone words to understand it. Like, for instance, if someone say they are embarrassed, embarrassed is another word for scared. If someone says that I'm insecure, they're basically saying I'm scared. So when you have people come in and tell you I had a good week, and they really didn't because they don't know how to explain it, you have to give them words because the core of your feelings is certain things. If you say you're cheerful, you're happy. Certain words mean certain things. Good is that.
So if I say,
talking about emotions.
If you ask me how my week was, and I say my week was good, and I say, well, I feel accomplished. What does that mean?
What, Joe? You got your pinky finger up. What?
That's my index finger.
I know what it is. What do you want?
Emotions are mental states brought on by neurophysiological changes variously associated with thoughts, feelings, behavior responses, and a degree of pleasure or displeasure. Hold on, pause. I want to go to the word good.
Go do it.
Good definition. Good, to be desired or approved of.
It's not
Hold on.
A good quality of life is an example.
Having
the qualities required for a particular role. That which is morally right or righteous, benefit or advantage to someone or something.
It's not an emotion.
Feeling.
He describe an emotion. He did not. You did you gave me an adjective. You gave me a verb. You did not give me an emotion. I'm talking on a mental
I'm
now.
about to start playing Ace
Do
Time.
I need to read the definition of emotion?
I read what you said. I read
listening
what you
in the
said.
head.
Do I need to read the
What is
definition of
not an
emotion?
emotion? Just like when you ask people, I'm blessed and highly
They
favored.
said
That is
feelings
not an
can't be
emotion.
good or
Do I
bad.
need to read the definition one more again?
No,
Say what?
Do I need to read the definition again of emotion again?
No, you don't.
Okay, then. So that means good can apply to an emotion.
No.
It's an adjective. So basically, what it
It's
is,
an adjective.
hold on. So
No,
what I'm
an
doing
emotion
is
is not
I'm
an
using.
adjective.
Hold on. I am a master of the English language. I do this all the time, don't I, King?
I'm gonna say that.
I'll say them words. I'm particular on words now. Now, if you ask me how are
you feeling?
how are you doing? And I would say, I'm doing extraordinarily well. Guess what? Extraordinarily well can be a feeling. I'm using it's a bridge. It's a bridge. I'm using an adjective to describe how I'm feeling. Because guess what? King can say, King can say, I feel rather. King can say,
hold on. We can't hear. We can't. Somebody.
The definition is the definition. I don't. You can sit here and do what
you can talk. You can say.
Okay, I'm done.
Hold on.
You know what, though? You right.
No. You could be. Look, it could be three of us together. It could be.
Right. You're right.
It could be me, Ken, it could be me, Ken, and Nook, and say, "Hey, y'all, how you doing?" Ken could say, "I'm swell." I'll be like, "Well, Ken, since you're swell, I'm good." And Nook could say, "I'm feeling okay. I'm just gonna drink my drink."
Thank you, Miss Mac. I'm not gonna try to argue.
No. I get what both of y'all are saying. So basically, there's in her world, which is more. There's someone that defines those a little bit more in depth. That and maybe there's a lot in there that we're not aware of. And like you said, you have to educate people on how to apply that. No. I'm saying like it's not the point that this is how we'll settle it. What Zoe is saying is probably what 99% of people would say because most people aren't knowledgeable of that.
Agreed.
Of that.
I was one of them.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%. I was one of them.
They said both of y'all should say, "Oh, okay, hey, bro, you can't play music. You gotta mute you, bro."
Look, Ken, I was one of them until someone to really help me. And then they said we need to do a better thing with our children to teach them how they feel because we don't teach them how they feel.
Yeah, this is a great explanation. Words in the world of psychology, therapy is different. So there's a different application of those words, and I get that. And in the end, the objective is being healthy.
It is. I agree with you on 100%. But what I'm learning is, I don't know if y'all saw this, but they showed this lady. She got like 20 million views. The little Asian boy that the mother was talking to the little boy and how in tune he was with his feelings was everything. If you want to see it, and I actually send you the link, Joe, so you can understand it. Is that they showed this little 4-year-old boy who's so in tune with how he feels. And that's something we need to teach our children because seriously, our kids, they repeat what we do and they don't even understand what their feelings mean and their feelings are valid because we've taught our children, you don't have feelings, you're just a kid. But they do have feelings and their feelings matter. So I am an advocate for teaching our young babies how they feel and to listen to them when they tell you that they're sad, when they tell you that they're upset. We need to quit telling our kids that they're too young not to be.
I think the thing that's happening, Michelle, and I'm pretty sure everybody can agree to this when I say this. What has happened is that in life, we learn to adapt to whatever, adaptability, and then what happened is we become solidified, or I guess what's the word? Can't think of the word right now. But what I'm trying to say is that basically what wound up happening is we become numb to a lot of pain. Most people live in pain, and pain becomes normal. So what we tend to do is we mask those emotions and those feelings so much so that when you do go to therapy, the professionals have to educate you on how to express, because condition is a good word, AP. Thank you. We find ourselves in a situation where we've lied to ourselves so much, and we told ourselves that I'm okay, I'm good, to the point to where saying I'm good only means I don't want to talk about it.
Yep. And okay is a big one, Ken.
I'm good, bro. You know what I'm saying? But deep down inside, I'm hurting.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's a lot of times I'm good. I'm good can mean 15 different things. Hey, bro, you want some dinner? No, I'm good. That means I ate and I'm full, or I don't want you cooking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all right.
Or somebody done fed you. Hey, you want some more? No, I'm good, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or you want to go to the store? No, I'm good. I'm gonna stay here. It just
we mesh words, and that's what we do.
It's terminology, so it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. But let's move on from that. We didn't have a word.
Ken, am I on there still?
Yeah, you on here?
My whole computer just spaced out.
You still on here?
Okay, I just got to log back in.
Right. That's slang. I'm saying I'm aware of that. I'm saying that the point in the slang, though, Willie, is that what happens is that this is the type of conversation and dialogue we take into the room. And you're talking to somebody that was asked. It's a cool science, man, when you really when you see it at work, because I haven't quite figured out how they are able to extract all of this stuff out of you that you have masked for so long. You have to be willing and open to go in there and do it, because I've gone to marriage counseling, I've gone to therapy, and lady asked 2 questions to my ex, and she had a whole damn like a whole pamphlet. Like, damn, what you writing? And then I had to sit there and listen to her read everything about me. I was like, damn, that's how you feel?
Well, at least y'all went, though. I
was like, boy, I was surprised you ain't put no rat poison in my spaghetti, man. God,
you so funny, but no, really, that's why I'm
that serious.
Michelle's
point is also that most people don't know the difference between primary and secondary. That's true, which causes them to make destructive decisions because they don't understand how they feel. Woo! All right, now, hey, I'm telling you that it's starting to heat up in this thing. We got range in it, mode. We got range. All I wish I was outside with a cigar, really lit up for real.
How is it? It's 86 right here, Keegan. How hot is it there?
It got up to 80. I don't know. I'm about to drop the link. Links open. Miss Seeley, come on up. Feel free to come on up. If anyone wants to come on up and express yourself, and we'll go from there. I know Miss Seeley is supposed to be joining us tonight to pick back up kind of what we was talking about on the last show, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So what is going on? And I've been seeing bits and pieces. The NAA is suing the state of Mississippi, right?
Man, there's a lot going on. I can't.
So
can we touch on Coach Reed's tweets? Man, I got to go pull them up.
Yeah. Who is that lady that was talking about it that Austin had that was like interviewing, talking about how great of a coach she was?
It's a good question.
Okay.
It was
Kim Mulkey.
Oh, you saw Mulkey?
I think it was Kim Mulkey from last year.
She the one saying yeah, she said something. She was like, she's a force to be reckoned with. Coach Reed today showed a text. She says the support she got. I believe the support she has at the school must be just amazing, because she was showing some of the tweets. I mean, some of her text messages.
Okay. I don't even know
about people not wanting to play us. Really?
Okay, so I'll start here. So we have been tabbed as one of the top mid-majors in the country. Top 100 net rankings 2 consecutive years. When will our body of work be represented enough by other programs' wins or win or lose? Why are we being banned from tournaments because of our schools not wanting to, other schools not wanting to play us? So what has happened is that she's built up such a big program that some teams don't want to take that L like Texas Tech took.
Yep.
So they
I
tend
can see
to, and this could be right now, she's in the process of trying to get some scheduling and probably running into some issues right now with trying to actually get some teams on the schedule. She said, we have signed 6 new players, trying to figure it all out again. I'm trying to run a competitive program, build champions in life. Why does anyone want to play games where they beat teams by 50 in the preseason? That helps no one.
Wow.
She's kind of calling out some of the teams. And then she said, these are the conversations we have over here. No one will ever understand our fight. It's great to have a supportive staff. He said, I want this so bad for our program. And I think these are some coaches. You're a great person and coach. We still rock. We will still knock down walls and change the game. God got you, coach. We got you. We just got to continue to change the game.
They don't want to take a chance of losing to an HBCU.
And she retweeted what DeMarco stated in regards to where I am, God is. Amazing word. So.
Wow. That's pretty messed up. They want to keep her in a box, I see. Or make her come play for them. You know, that's the next thing.
Well, that's always the thing. Like,
yep. Wow.
So I just saw something that said homicides in Jackson reach a 6-year low. Ooh. Why isn't this being talked about? It's a great question.
Because that ain't what they want us to hear about.
I see G just retweeted the photo about the young man from Central Arkansas, Clifton McDowell, decommitted from Southern, and he just replied, stand by with eyes.
What?
He might be trolling them, or he going to Jackson State. Anybody want to touch on that? Coach Tamika Reed's tweets. Zoe, you got anything?
That's sad. So you ain't got nothing to say on her? That's sad. Yeah, they lose to the HBCU and all the places, Jackson State. But y'all supposed to be the best of the best.
So you gotta do that.
So you on mute.
No, I was talking about Coach Tamika Reed tweets. I don't know if you saw. I just mentioned.
Oh, I ain't seen him.
Oh, okay. You say any good news on recruiting?
She must have came in.
Yeah, we got a lot of which sport.
So can I ask y'all the question? How many more scholarships does Jackson State have left? Because it looks like we got a football team. Like it's like it's just been so many.
I don't. We won't know that information. That's for coach to know. They know what they're working with and how they want to do it and how they fitting it. We'll never know that because there's a lot of stuff that goes into the money and how many scholarships are available, so forth and so on. That's pretty much that. So, but anywho.
Okay. I was just wondering.
All right, man. We'll links in the chat. Let me see. Doc, what's going on, man?
What's going on, everybody? Hey, man, nothing. I was just we were talking about that mental health month. Like I said, I just started going back to therapy. It's about a couple weeks ago.
Good stuff, bro.
But I kind of had a kind of backslide. It's sometimes I don't, sometimes you don't even want to be like this. You don't want to think like that, but you know what I'm saying? If you don't have that support, the actual support for you, then you ain't gonna get nowhere.
Right.
You ain't gonna get nowhere.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's important. I mean, I salute you, bro, for going and keep going as long as you need to. Never too too late to go and never too many times to go. If that's what you need to do, man, definitely. Absolutely.
Can I tell you though, Ken, some of my best clients were Black men. Like once they was clicked in, they were all in. Like I love Black men coming to therapy. Like they connect them dots and be like, let's go. I love it. So I love dealing with Black men in therapy. They are some of my best. They were some of my best clients.
No doubt. Brother C. Lee.
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Hey, so a couple things I wanted to say. I always like to correct myself. When Brother Trent and I was discussing last night, and I was saying that it was 2 city councilmen that cared more about waste management than the Black citizens. It was actually 3, and I'll tell you why I was stuck on 2. Because one of those 3, I wouldn't count him as being in the pocket. I would just count him as being a nutcase. So it's like, so those 3, of course, were Hartley, Banks, and Stokes. And that's what people need to understand when they're going to vote, going to the polls, that these 3 councilmen, I mean, they're on record that they fought harder for waste management than they did for the Black citizens of the city of Jackson. Mm-hmm. And so that's not a feeling. That's not my opinion. When it came down to it, Hartley, Banks, and Stokes cared more about making sure that a white company got a contract than they did of Black citizens getting their utilities cared for.
That's right.
And so that needs to be out there now. Just a little piece of good news, as I said, Judge Wingate today, he blocked the order stopping the new bill, the new law to take effect for the judges. But again, remember I said you have to treat these things like the playoffs. You got to treat them like the NBA playoffs.
Right.
And so Judge Wingate, that's our home court. So we know we're gonna win in Hines County. That's our home court. When we go to the state Supreme Court, that's their home court. They're gonna get all the calls. They're gonna get the charges. They're gonna get the over the back,
right.
moving picks. They get all the calls when they get to the state Supreme Court. Right. So we get to the Supreme. This case is going all the way to the Supreme Court, and it's gonna be 1-1 or 2-2, depending on how many times it gets litigated. Because it can get there are several things that can be litigated in a case before it gets to the Supreme Court. But it will either be 1-1 or 2-2 when it gets to the Supreme Court. And the thing about the Supreme Court is that what conservative courts tend to do, conservative courts are against what they call big government. And the reason conservatives are against big government because it was the federal court that protected Black people against the evil laws of Jim Crow.
Yep.
And so when they say that they are against big government, when they say they are for states' rights, what they really mean is that they are for letting white people in states do what they want to do. That's what they mean when they say they are for states' rights. Now, that then puts this Supreme Court into a conundrum, although it's a conservative court, because the neo-Confederates, the conservatives, the Republicans are actually going against their own policy, because their own policy is let people rule themselves. Well, in these last 3 bills, they're saying we don't want Black people to rule themselves. So what they really mean is let white people rule themselves and also let white people rule Black people, but never allow Black people to govern and rule themselves. So it's going to be really interesting when this case finally gets to the Supreme Court, right? That when this case finally gets to the Supreme Court, that how is the Supreme Court going to interpret its own policy of self-ruling?
Okay.
Right. And so, so although Wingate is technically a federal court, he's a Democratic appointed judge who's aligned with Hines County.
Hey, is that Brad? Brad, that's you, man? Franklin?
Brother Kamikaze? Is that Brother Kamikaze?
I'm trying to see, is that him? If it is,
or is that Franklin Coots?
I don't know who it is. It might be Kuntz. Ain't no telling.
Is that Kamikaze? Hey, Franklin, let us know. Is that you, Kamikaze, or is that Franklin Coots?
Which one is it? If it's Franklin, if it's Brad, I want him to come up.
Yeah.
Brad be on point.
That's still the analyst of the Kamikaze show.
No doubt. Yeah, but he'll put it in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you. Wait, can I thank you? I never knew why they hated federal government versus state. Thank you for every time you come on stage, I get smarter. Go ahead.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. The federal government has always been the protection of Black people for the most part. Again, and that's also why we have to tell people that, one of the things in our community that we have to get better is that Black people tend to vote more during a presidential election, and we don't vote as much during local elections or elections that are judge heavy.
Pause. Hey, granted, we're aware of that, and we are, but that does not negate this. What all he's doing is speaking on what happened.
Right.
So please let's not confuse the stating the facts of what transpired as if there's some type of insensitivity towards his wife. Like, by all means, our heart goes out to Stokes and his family. His wife did pass. I want to make sure we say that. We have to make sure that we understand that. I didn't mean to pause you, bro, but
I'm glad
there absolutely is no insensitivity.
In the same vein, you get what you give too.
I'm saying so. It's not. We just speak on the facts. It ain't. That is what's done is done, and it does not change the next day because something unfortunate transpired.
And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because that gets me to my next point. And so, granted, I'm glad you raised that issue. But the point is that so we had another grocery store closed in Jackson today. Now, watch this. Let me break something down to you just because it's gonna get us back to that point. Does anybody on this panel know what Footprint Farms is?
I don't.
Okay, good. Now, show you how this gonna relate. So, Footprint Farms is one of the largest Black-owned farms in Mississippi. It's actually in Jackson. Are you familiar with the softball fields on South Drive?
Oh yeah.
So if you're going South Drive, my directions are bad, but if you're going South Drive, I'm trying to think.
Toward Clinton.
So now?
Toward Clinton.
Yes. If you're going on South Drive toward Clinton, you know that stop sign where you can make a right and go to Clinton Boulevard?
Yep.
Okay, instead of making that right, go through that. If you go through that and it looks like it's just a dead end, no way, just trees or whatever, right? If you go that way, less than a half mile to your left, there's a little gate. You turn left, there's a 60-acre fully functioning farm right there.
Wow.
It's one of the largest Black-owned. It's owned by a Black woman.
I see she just said that. B-Rod put up there, owned by a Black woman.
Owned by a Black woman. Cindy Ayers Elliott, Jackson State graduate. Check this out. Yep, Dr. Cindy Ayers Elliott, Black woman, graduated from Jackson State, worked on Wall Street, multi-millionaire. Decided that being on Wall Street was not as important as coming back to Mississippi and helping her people.
Love that.
Now, she's been trying to work and maneuver to get fresh vegetables into the city, into these food deserts. So today, when a grocery store closed, Councilman Stokes gets on TV and has the nerve to say that it was closed because Black people were just breaking into the store and robbing. Now, here's the problem with that. Dr. Cindy Ayers Elliott has on multiple occasions attempted to work with the city council to get her farm to have contracts with grocery stores so that our communities and food deserts would have fresh fruit. And not one time did Councilman Stokes try to work with her to try to get the grocery store is connected. That's the type of inept, poor leadership that we've had. And so it's not because, so he's saying that the store closed because of robbing and all of that, when it really closed because he and a couple other councilmen didn't do their job to connect one of the largest Black-owned farms to grocery stores so that there wouldn't be any food deserts. That's the type of inept leadership that we have.
Well, this is why cancel culture is a travesty. Why we ain't cancel Kennestow?
And so,
I mean, a poor job. And again, we're not. I'm the ultimate compartmentalizer.
right.
I'm telling you now. When we talk, this has nothing to do with that.
Right.
You tell me
And
his
at
job.
the same time, I could be over here saying, "Hey, man, wish you well by all means." Da, 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 da. That ain't got nothing to do with this.
Right.
I ain't even going nowhere near that.
Why do we always do this with every point in life? We just take everything and just ball it up in one hand.
I ain't going nowhere near that. But let's keep it a book. This is why cancel culture is a travesty. Why cancel culture ain't doing his job?
And so,
I ain't trying to be fun. I'm dead serious.
and I'm with you. And so when we then bring this back to, right, these are the types of problems when we have people saying, you know, giving misinformation, right? And so that's going to be the issue. So I just wanted to correct that when I was saying that it was 2, when it was actually 3. Now, the other thing I want to give out is I want to give some people some information. If you are interested in being updated, not only being updated and knowing more about the lawsuit and how it's going to be working its way through, but actually working with people, there are 4 organizations that you can connect with and work with. They're looking for volunteers. They're looking for workers. They're looking for people just to help educate the people on the process. And those 4 groups, I'm going to see if I can try to put them in the chat as well, but they are One Voice of Mississippi, People's Advocacy Institute, Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition, and Mississippi Center for Justice. And let me see if I can. No, I don't know. No, because I was going to try to drop them here in the chat, but I don't see where it gives me a place where I can put them.
You can just comment them.
He can't.
Give me the name again. What's the first one?
It is One Voice of Mississippi.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I can do it, Ken.
No, I just had the damn thing paste, the link pasted.
Okay, you got it.
Yep.
I want to talk about, they said they drained her lake.
No, we'll come back to that. What's the next one?
People's Advocacy Institute.
People's?
Yeah, People's.
Okay.
Yeah, possibly, yes. People's Advocacy Institute.
What's the next one?
Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition. Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition.
The coalition.
Yeah. And the last one is Mississippi Center for Justice.
Mm. You're probably right.
And the great one about that, the one that said Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition, that's a great one because that's like 53 organizations working together.
Hmm.
So yeah, so that's what I really like about that one is it's a whole heap of them, as we say in the country.
So family, y'all might make sure y'all take note of these. We got One Voice of Mississippi, People's Advocacy Institute, Mississippi Rapid Response Coalition, and Mississippi Center for Justice. Take these down and do your research. And love that.
So
CCID should be allowed to vote on the citizens of the city with options to choose from the CCID structure.
Can I just say one thing to the younger generation? Public service announcement. Y'all actually have more power than we do. Y'all just won't vote.
Right.
It's the biggest problem.
I know. I told my son and I said, y'all can change the narrative of everything if y'all vote. But because they know you, because they're so impatient and they're not gonna wait in that line, they already know make it hard for kids to vote. You see, they're trying to change the voting age to 25.
Yep.
Now that's crazy to me. You can go to war, but they don't want you to vote until 25. That is absurd.
So they drained it because it's considered a high hazard dam. If it were to fail, it would flood houses. They would potentially lead to loss of life. The likelihood of that happening is very low.
Yeah. And that was an issue. That was an issue, but it wasn't, like I said, a major issue to her productivity. In fact, I was just out there 3 weeks ago. I was just over there 3 weeks ago because she's always having events for different organizations. As someone said, during the pandemic, she was always making sure that people who were out were getting food. She has a program where she doesn't do waste. Like, she doesn't just throw food away. She either compost it or takes it to homeless shelters. One of the two.
Wow.
And so, I mean, that is, so if you don't know anything about footprint farms, and if you get a chance, because she's at the farmers market and a few other places, and that's the other part of this equation, learning more about businesses like footprint farms, because we need to shop with them when we can.
You said,
and I understand
footprint farms?
Footprint farms. Yeah, footprint farms. That's Dr. Ayers Elliott's farm, footprint farms.
Got it.
And we need to.
That's for one R. I was typing too fast. Y'all get it.
And the thing about it is, most people not like me. I'm the worst at this because I don't like to drive 15 minutes. I've never lived more than 15 minutes from work in my life. Like,
that sounds real good right now for me, boy.
I've never, and so even like I don't even like to go out to eat if it's 4 to 15 minutes from my house. But what I do realize is, as somebody like me who identifies as a Black nationalist, I also understand that not every Black business that I want to support is 15 minutes from my house.
Correct.
So I have to then be intentional about them. I tell people, when I spend my money, I ask myself a question. I ask myself the same question every time I spend my money, right? Is there a Black business that offers this good or service? And if I can find a reputable or quality Black business that offers this good or service, I try to spend my money with them. I'm not saying you can always do it. I'm not saying you can do it 100% of the time. Not saying that there always is going to be a Black business, but I do know that probably 75% of my money I spend with Black businesses. But you have to be intentional, because that's the other thing that we have to deal with is our economic base is going to be the only real leverage we have to keeping the Confederates from taking over the city. And in the same way we were talking about buying season tickets, and I end with this because I think Brother Dan and other people got some questions. Here's what I am, and y'all know I'm usually the only heathen on the screen, but I'll say it this way. And I think those of you who go to church regularly, y'all will feel me on this. What I noticed was the very people who complain about paying their tithes is the first Negro complain when the air conditioners don't work in the summer. Be the first Negro to complain when the heat don't work in the winter.
Fact.
And I get so tired of this joke people use. Like, why we got a building fund and we ain't paid for the building yet? Well, stupid. The building fund ain't just to pay for the building, it's to pay for the utilities of the building. Right. That's what the building fund is. So when your parking lot of your church is raggedy, it's because you ain't paying your tithes. When your roof leaking at your church, it's because you ain't paying your tithes. And so the same thing with us as Black folks. We have to understand that we have to be willing to fund our own revolution.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Let me ask you a question. Zoe, if I walked up to you and I said, Zoe, you old no good, sorry joker. I can't stand you. Let me get $5. How that's gonna work out for me?
Gonna have a low success rate.
There you go. So we can't, on the one hand, complain about how mean and evil white folks are, and then expect them to fund our liberation. That's stupid. Why would you think that the people who profit and benefit from your oppression is going to give you the money to get out of it?
Jerome, you got to come up, man. Hey, Rochelle been missing you ever since you dropped in and came up that one time. She said, "Where's that brother from Charlotte?"
Steve, can I just say something you said? And I know I did something in October, and you just confirmed everything that happened to me in reference to what our ancestors did. And I took a plant called the Awanaska plant. I don't know if y'all ever heard of it before, but it literally took me back to the boat. Like, this was the most spiritual journey I've ever been on. But it was what was said to me during this phase, what I was in. And it said, our ancestors said, y'all forgot we did not ask them for anything. We did it ourselves.
Yep.
They was like, why are y'all asking them to do for us what we can do for us? He was like, this is what he said, tell them to go back to the village.
Mm-hmm.
On everything. It was like, he was like, you tell them to go back to the village. He said, we built our own Black Wall Street. He said, everything we did, we never asked them for nothing. They was like, tell them to go back to the village. And I was like, okay, I want them to go back to the village. But when you said that, it was like, we have forgotten. I think the biggest thing they said to me, Ken, was in the spirit, it was like, y'all, this newer generation is ashamed of us because they're ashamed from where we came from. Like, y'all trying to forget where we came from. We died for y'all, and y'all are trying to forget where we came from. Tell them to go back to the village. When you go back to the village, y'all gonna find everything y'all need.
You know what, Rochelle? You know how I know that's right on? You know that's what we do.
All the time.
This whole platform is centered around that. I was on Brother First show, and he asked me. He posted that piece of the video of the interview today, talking about controlling your own narrative.
Listen.
That's why I said, why are we going to sit back and keep waiting for these people who don't have any vested interest in our story? They don't care enough to get the details right. Yet we have everything that we need. Yep. So when we come to you and say, hey, we need X, Y, Z, the purpose of it is that when you turn around and you watch a Tiger Talk and you know that you invested in that platform and you see us coming to you, when you see, if you donate to an initiative, you immediately see where your funds went.
Yeah.
So everybody that participated in the track event, when they saw us present that check to Coach Thorne, it meant something because it was like, that came from us. Right. You know what I'm saying? That came from us. And it was like, you look at what's happening right now. And I got to say it. I don't care about the DDR crew. This is why I love the upgrades that's coming now. Mm-hmm. Because those who are really doing the work at the university is going to be the ones that get their credit and their just due for being the ones that's doing it. Right. Because if the previous coach was still there, everything now watch what's not going to happen. Nobody's going to be like, boy, see, y'all only getting it because TC y'all coach. See, ain't nobody thinking about TC. People halfway hadn't figured out if they even want to support him, and even if they believe he a good coach is yet. But what you cannot deny, you're going to see the same individuals who was doing what they was doing. Shout out to the foundation, by the way, you know what I'm saying, for doing what they do, because you got a new track being installed, new lights being installed, a new something else being installed, some other things, some other upgrades coming. I just won't mention it because when you guys see it, y'all will love it. And when you know about it, we'll know it. So like I said, we don't break news, but I'm telling you, it's a lot of good things coming and we're doing it ourselves.
Hey, Ken.
Go ahead.
I have a question for
sure.
For the panel along, definitely for Mr. McInnes and Miss Rochelle.
Brother Jerome. Thank you, brother. I ain't mean to cut you off, TD. Keep going.
And I really hope I can
thank you, bro.
Say this right. But as far as young people voting, I mean, that's the key thing that everyone say about getting people out to vote. And I got a lot of things going on in my mind. A lot of stuff has changed with these generational kids. I mean, because, for instance, we always talk about how we used to go outside and play and how they don't do that anymore.
Right. We
always look at the parents. We talk about parents and apologies and to their kids and stuff. But you have these younger generations who always, I mean, parents now who saying, I want my kids to have what I didn't have, but you spoiling them with a lot of stuff. They also caught up on social media. So at the end of the day, as long as they getting what they want and they satisfy their hunger for attention as far as the social media or whatnot, and getting their cars and their shoes and, you know, hats or clothes, whatever they're getting. I mean, it's kind of like, okay, you know, does that really apply to me? Does my vote really count? I mean, I live in a state where they're predominantly white. I mean, so what they're going to change? Those folks going to do what they want to do anyway. How do you get that crowd of thinking that way who parents are funding them or they're not struggling as we once were to buy into what we need to do at the polls?
You want to
I'll listen
I'm gonna do the third. When you said something that was so powerful, I don't think you realize what you said is that a lot of our parents, they are raising their children in trauma. What I mean is that you just said they don't want their kids to do what they did, so they go overboard, right? And give these kids too much. That's because trauma is leading their way to raise their kids. Because their thing is, I don't want my kid to suffer, so I'm gonna give them everything and more. Right. So, and right now we are just living in some really weird times, meaning that social media, you said it again, you're looking at very low self-esteem people looking for likes and what they got in their pictures that they post to validate them. So right. But the thing about it is that you cannot stop, meaning that I got what you're saying. And I had to say the same thing with my son in reference to my vote don't matter. And that's their whole campaign right now, to be honest with you, Mr. Day. They want the young people to think they vote don't matter because there's so many of them. Until they understand the power of their vote, and that's education that we have, because a lot of Black people think our vote don't matter. She just said Jackson is a predominantly Black city, and 17% of the people went out to vote. That's the problem. But that's because we have not really been educated to understand. Like I know for Mr. McKinnon, when he come on, he give us such education. We haven't been really educated about the power of anything. Like we don't understand our vote. We don't understand how important it is because we've always told it didn't matter. And you're right. The only time we come out, we was always taught that the most important one to go to is the federal, not realizing it's the state that makes the difference. That's why your city councils are there. Your school boards are there. One thing I can say about them racist white people this year, they went and bombarded the city and the state because the federal can only do so much. But we've just been taught and educated wrong. I say reach one, teach one. We can't change everybody, but we can change that one person as that one person do the same. Because if you look at it as a whole, it will overwhelm you. I just say reach one, teach one, and begin to educate us to make a difference. I'm done.
I agree with you 100%. I'll add a couple of things here. And I have an example I want to use, but I'm trying to see if I want to use what's going to seem like an outlandish example first, or do I want to end with it? The other day, when you guys were talking about old movies and y'all were just giving Kobe the business about the old movie,
yeah.
Right? And Kobe had never seen the Mac, right?
We talked about the Mac today after we snatched up all coins recruit, but keep going.
So check this out. A lot of people forget what the key point of debate in the Mac was about, because they forget what the Mac's brother did. Remember, the Mac was a pimp, right?
Yep.
Remember what his brother was? He was a member in like a Black Panther group. Okay. And so the debate was the Black Panther brother was like, man, you need to come on, get in this political thing, this Black Power thing, this drive here. Yep. And the Mac's point was, ain't no money in that. And the point of that discussion was that one of the things that Black people failed to do was marry economics with politics in the way that our white oppressors did. So when Sister Rochelle talks about our people our children not listening to us, right? our children are also been disappointed in the fact that we never became economically sovereign. So it's one thing, Brother Dave, to tell people to get out to vote. The problem with this generation is they're looking, the younger generation is looking and saying, y'all have been voting since 1964 and y'all don't own anything.
Yep.
Y'all have been voting since 1964 and you can't control whether or not you feed yourself. And so it's not just the notion of talking to young people about getting a vote. That anything you want me to do, I mean, anything you want me to do, there has to be some tangible result from it. Even in a spiritual thing, right? For those of you who are spiritually inclined, I used to tell my students in world literature class, the only reason that Yeshua, Yeshua, that's his real name. You call by that J word if you want. That's on y'all. But the only reason Yeshua performed miracles, because they were tangible things people could see.
Right.
Because he knew, right, if I feed you, if I heal you, then you'll have something as a reward to say, okay, this will work for you. So the problem is, since 1964, this younger generation doesn't see really any tangible gain because Black people don't own anything. We don't farm. In fact, the reason that gangs were slow to come to the South, because Black people in mass held on to farming longer than anyone else. So because we could see food growing out the ground, not having any money in my pocket didn't bother me. But if I'm in New York or Chicago or Compton, I need money in my pocket to feed myself. So as soon as we gave up ownership and farming, which is also ownership, we're going to have to create what we call plan of work, right? That's what SNCC called it, a SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinator, said, what's your plan of work? Whereby we marry economics to voting so that when we do elect somebody, we elect people who can nurture industry. So I'll say this, the next thing we need to tell people is stop voting for somebody because they're a member of your church. Stop voting for somebody because, and again, I'm going to call names. And so when y'all email, don't email Ken, don't email Zoe, don't email C. Lee. I'm being clear. So I'm going to call a name.
You can email me too.
There's a sister named Angela Cockingham, right? Whoa. Angela Cockingham is a Black woman who votes with the Republicans 95% of the time. Yet when you go to her district to talk to people, they'll tell you, that's my church member, that's my cousin. So it's not just Kenneth Stokes who keeps getting sent back and back and back. It is, we have to really understand that until we give people some results. Yeah, I know Robert Walker. I definitely know Robert Walker.
What's her name again?
I saw your face. I was trying not to stop it over. I was like, you're going to come back and ask me. I ain't going to never be able to get it out right. It's Angela Cockingham.
Oh, okay.
Black?
And also to Brother Al B, because Brother Al B had a question a minute back. He had a good question. He said, do we know whether or not JSU either has or will consider going to Footprint Farms, fresh fruit and vegetables? And the answer to that question, Brother Al B, is that, it was about 10 years now. Jackson State privatized a lot of the services on campus. So food services is privatized. So the way that we could make that happen is the National Alumni would have to get with the group, and I can't remember the name of the group that's over the food services, and the National Alumni would have to broker with food services that we want them to do business with Footprint Farm. That's all that is. And then the contract would just, remember we said that every contract has to be approved by IHL. But yeah, that's all it takes is if National Alumni, so what we really need to do is get National Alumni in touch with Footprint Farms and then have National Alumni broker the deal between Footprint Farms and the company that has our food services, and then we could do that. What was the question? Somebody had a question about the Democratic Party and Reeves. I didn't catch that question.
I'll go back and get it for you.
He is such a wealth of information. Because Zoe.
Oh, I see it. Dr. Smith. Do I feel the Mississippi Democratic Party concede over Reed at all? It's a twofold question. So let's keep in mind that white people are 64% of the state, and they vote 90 to 95%. Those who vote, like not all 95% of the white people vote. You know, they don't vote. You know, we vote bad. They vote just as bad, right? So they don't come out to vote just as bad. But all things being equal, if all the white folks voted and all the black folks voted, they would still have a pretty much a supermajority. So the problem is that right now, the 64% of white people that vote, of that 64%, the 95% of vote, they vote 95% in lockstep in Republican. We still have not been able to elect a black elected official statewide. We can do it county, city, can't do it statewide. That's why economics is so important. In the places where we can elect officials, that's why it's important that the officials that we elect be economic experts.
Yes.
Stop voting for people, again, because they go to your church, because they got a cool campaign ad. You know what one of Ken Stokes' claim to fame was? He had the catchiest jingle for his campaign ad. Like, people would sing his jingle. I would sing it, but when I sing, it sounded like you're killing cats in a sack. So, okay.
Do you know he remind me of when y'all talk about it? Remember on Good Times? Ultimate. Remember the ultimate on Good Times?
Yeah.
That's what he reminds me of. He ain't got no good, but I'm Alderman Davis.
But he look like Booker.
Tell us.
Hey.
So I think that the deal is, are we working to be economically sovereign in Jackson and in Hines and in all the places where black people have the vote? And that's where we have failed, is that we have not done that work of economic development. Also, we need to understand what economic development is. Economic development is not always bringing people to your area. It's also identifying people in your area who have skills, and then having I got Chancellor Court, my man, not Chancellor Court. I can't believe I just went blank. The branch of the municipal government, the organization of the municipal government who's responsible for helping businesses get started in the state. What's that group?
Mississippi Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Zoe. Let me ask you a question. When the last time the Chamber of Commerce has announced that they just got 5 or 10 new businesses started in the city or the county?
I couldn't tell you.
And those are the kinds of things. Let me give you an example. Let me give you a quick example. And when I get this example, this is not an example I'm saying do this. I'm just giving you an example of what kind of somebody said Angela Cockingham is a JSU graduate. Yeah, I ain't proud of that at all. I'm not proud at all that she's a JSU graduate. Man, I'm just gonna put that out there. She's terrible. I don't care. She's terrible. I mean, go look at her. I tell you what, I keep telling you, I don't have Twitter receipts. I am real critical. Go look at her voting record. Go look at her voting record and then come back and tell me if I'm lying. And I'll come back on and I'll face you, whoever I'll face and say, look at her record. Her record is terrible. So here's an example about Chamber of Commerce, things that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me ask you this, and this is for everybody on the panel. Brother Dave, Kenzo, Osel, let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm lying that I'm saying that we could go on Jackson State and Tougaloo's campus right now, and we could find at least 2 or 3 students who know how to build their own computer?
Without question.
Okay, now watch this. So if we know that we can go to Tougaloo and Jackson State and find 2 or 3 students who know how to build their own computers, the Chamber of Commerce should go to some students and say, what y'all are going to do when you graduate and get your certifications, you're going to develop your own computer company and you're going to apply to supply computers either to the city or the county.
Wow.
See what I mean about developing? And now, here's how I know that can happen. I had a friend who was raised in Detroit. In fact, Derek Johnson, who is now the head of the national NAACP, used to be the head of the Mississippi NAACP. I met him when he was working at Southern Echo. We actually used to run the poetry scene together in the 90s. So the dude who's over the national NAACP used to run the poetry scene in Jackson with me in the 90s. All right. What's on? You static. Somebody static.
That ain't me.
That's Rochelle. I just muted her.
See
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
You used to be at highlights.
Yep.
Yeah. My mama was at Highlight.
That's me.
Oh,
So we talked about that. Poetry night.
Yep. 150 deep every Saturday night.
Yep.
Anytime class.
Yes, yep.
You remember you used to go to Highlights, though?
dude, I used to do poetry.
You don't remember my mama?
I wouldn't.
My mom ran it, bro. Essie Clark, man.
Yep.
I would.
Everybody loved Essie. Everybody loved Essie.
That's mom. Shout out to mom, man. Mom, happy
It's crazy.
happy Mother's Day.
So, check this out. Something that you may not have even put together. And this is gonna be right under your nose if you didn't put this together. You know who owned Highlights, right?
Chris Burkett. Yep.
Chris Burkett then was responsible for the resurgence of poetry in Jackson.
Yes, he was.
He worked with us hand in hand. Whenever I see Chris Burkett, whenever we see each other,
I can't say what I want to say too, because we would be the thing.
Yeah. It was deep in that.
I'm talking about the back. I'm going back to like 20-year-olds. Those like a little hostess working at. Let me be quiet. I'll never forget it. It was never mind.
yeah.
That was 20 years ago.
So
Hey,
I mean, Brother Will, I see your question.
It's crazy.
I did.
I'll come back to your question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was finna say father than mother, but it's Happy Mother's Day to my mother. Love you, Ma. I'm gonna send her some. Makes me feel good. I would have been home this weekend, but I had to take a break, man. I've been traveling a lot, so I'll be home soon enough.
So the example I just gave you about the Chamber of Commerce, right? Let me show you how this really happened in real time. So when Derek was growing up in Detroit, they didn't have cable. So most of his childhood, they didn't have cable. You want to know why they didn't have cable? Because the first black mayor of Detroit said, we're not going to open up the cable contract bid until there's a black company that can bid for it. And so until there were black companies that could bid for it, and they basically worked together and said, y'all go do this, that. Now, we can't guarantee you're going to get the bid. But see, those are the types of things that the Chamber of Commerce was doing. That's what Mayor Lumumba was doing by trying to give somebody like Richards an opportunity to bid, a black-owned company, and lo and behold, they had the best bid. Now, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole, but that's what I'm saying is, that's when you're talking about voting for people. Ask those people, how much money have you made for yourself? Because if they haven't made much money for themselves, they probably not going to be able to make much money for a city. And to a lot of people, that sounds elitist. But any job for which you apply, are they going to hire you if you're not qualified or certified in that area? So if you know that part of the job of being a city councilman and a county supervisor is developing business, why do we keep hiring people who don't know how to develop business?
Yeah. Said need to utilize the vets.
Oh, I don't disagree. Well, there was a question. Public transportation can't come. Trying to see what's the best answer. Okay, so Brother Willie, here's the cap. The cap is that the white cities that surround Jackson don't want the buses coming into their area because they don't want the riffraff from Jackson having transportation out. The reason that's cap is because those white cities around Jackson don't even have control over where Jackson buses run. So, for instance, I live in Clinton, And as y'all know, going from Clinton to Jackson or Clinton to Pearl, the line is so blurred. Most people don't even know where the line, where Jackson ends and Pearl begins, and Clinton ends and Pearl begins. You can run your bus line right up to your city limit, right? So that's not the problem. The ultimate problem is that it's difficult for J-Train to expand the routes when economically they don't see the money to support those routes. It doesn't make sense. And I'll reverse it and do it this way. And so I ask you, Ken and Brother Dave, if y'all ever been like me. Y'all probably better at money than me. I'll admit that I'm slow on money. I'm sure what I mean. I'm slow on money in business. I'll pass by somewhere. Well, coming out of Clinton one day, I passed by somewhere and they was putting up a Texaco, and I was like, why they putting a Texaco up there? Don't nobody live right there. That ain't gonna make it. Why? That's stupid. Somebody putting a Texaco there. That was 2 years ago. That Texaco is the busiest Texaco in the area. Why? Because whoever owned that Texaco had already done the analytics, had done the demographics. That's what I'm saying. So when you're talking about expanding the city's bus route, you can't have them say build it and they will come. They have to know, because to expand the city bus routes means they got to buy more buses and hire more bus drivers and hire more engineers. And you can't do that based on we hope people will ride the bus. Usually you expand the routes when the buses are full. Does that make sense?
Yep. Right.
And so that's really the problem with Jackson's bus system is we just don't have enough people riding the buses. Unstoppable 2025, but Metro Mall was a slow decline over the years. I still think the Metro Mall could come back with renovation. Unstoppable 25, actually no. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why Metro Mall closed. And I'm going to say something. And again, I try to be as objective as possible. One of my favorite people is Harvey Johnson. One of my favorite people, Harvey Johnson, the first black mayor of Jackson, Harvey Johnson. I want to tell you he's one of my favorite people. Here's one of the times where Harvey Johnson dropped the ball. There was a grant, it was a plan that the city had that they were going to give $20,000 or $30,000 stipends for people to buy homes in West Jackson. Right, this is getting to the Metro Center Mall close. So they were going to give these stipends. So if you were going to buy a home in Metro Center Mall or whatever, they were going to give you, I think it was 10 to 20. I don't think it was 20, 10 to $20,000. Some kind of give you stipend. Here's the problem. You can only qualify for it if you make under $20,000. If you make under $25,000, you can't afford a house.
That's fact.
So that's what the argument we was making. We was making that and here's how I know that. Myself, there's a brother named Dr. Rico Chapman. Dr. Rico Chapman graduated from Jackson State, was working in his part of Jackson State. He's now the Dean of Liberal Arts at Clark Atlanta. So Dr. Rico Chapman, myself, there was another brother, 3 or 4 of us. We were all trying to buy houses in West Jackson. I eventually had a house in West Jackson. We were trying to get, because when we were, and Ken, you may remember this, and Sister Rochelle, you may remember this, because for me, when I was at Jackson State in the late 80s, all of the professors lived right around in West Jackson.
Right.
My father lived on St. Charles Street, so when I visited my father, I would walk to Jackson State, and I would pass all my teachers.
Man, West Jackson was thriving.
West Jackson was my dream.
Yeah, it was thriving.
So myself, Rico Chapman, and a couple of other professors, we were going to do that. We were going to buy homes there, and we were going to use this grant. The problem was we all made too much money for the grant, and we were only making $35,000. But that was the kind of people that you needed to keep the mall alive. So the reason the mall died a slow death was because homeowners left and the city didn't have a plan to keep. No, bro, Judge, it wasn't white flight. That's what I keep telling people. Go do the research. White flight never kills a city. What kills a city is when middle-class black people leave after the white flight. If all of the middle-class black people would have stayed in the city.
Yep.
Let me give you another example. And I want to get this right. Byram, so, and this is 20 years now, I get my dates right, 20 years. So 20 years ago, Byram had a developer come out, do a survey, and say, okay, we're gonna build all these things, right?
Yep.
Because what they did is looked at the medium income. They said, okay, medium income, y'all can have a mall, y'all can have this, y'all can have that. So based on the medium income, y'all can do this. So that was 20 years ago, right? And you know, those projects take a long time. Check this out. The company came back 5 to 7 years later. Medium income was still the same. So the median income didn't change, right? But the developer refused to go along with the deal because it wasn't the median income that changed. It was that it was now more black citizens than white citizens. See, that's that part about development that you don't understand. White people, black people had the same money as white people in Byram, yet that developer wouldn't invest in Byram because it was black people, even though those black people made the same amount of money.
Imagine if we ever had that type of unity. Just imagine.
Right?
And you know what? It made me think about the Bible says, my people perish for a lack of knowledge.
Yep, that's facts.
What you just said. We have people in offices that are not knowledgeable and got too much pride to acknowledge that they're not knowledgeable, so they go pretend like they know what they're doing.
Yep. Let me give you another example. Let me give y'all another example. And the Puckett leaving Highway 80, I'll kind of give you that, B-Rob, but there was some other things with the Puckett leaving Highway 80. But I'll give you, y'all know that Home Depot is in Clinton, right? Want to know why Home Depot is in Clinton? When Home Depot has a policy, and you go research this, Home Depot has a very strict policy, is they don't rent. They don't lease. They own where they are. That's the Home Depot policy. So when Home Depot was in Jackson, remember they were in Jackson, right behind Lynch Street, right over in that area, right? Home Depot went to the city council and said, we need this land. We don't need you to fix it. We don't need you to, we don't want the city to fix it up with the utilities. We do all that, but we want the land because we got a policy we don't lease. The city would not sell them the land, and so they went to Clinton. Period. That's how, because the city couldn't see and the council couldn't see that owning that strip of land was not going to be more than having Home Depot permanently invested.
Correct.
Now, because I live in Clinton, it's cool for Home Depot to be in Clinton for me because I'm still in Hinds County, but I understand that was one of the death nails to the city of Jackson. And so it's those kind of things. That's why I keep saying when you voting for city council and you voting for your county supervisors,
ask questions.
Not only ask questions, vote for people who have earned and worked in business. And when I say earned and worked in business, I'm not saying they have to have a business degree. You don't need a business degree to be a business owner.
Right.
What I'm saying is, has this person developed any capital gains? And right now, when you look across the board at our city councilman, we don't have many people on our city council, in Jackson City Council, who've actually developed funds. And the few that do are being sold out by the three who love white corporations more than they love black citizens.
Hey, Brother Seeley.
Yes, sir.
My internet was dropping, and I got back on to kind of ask Zoe a question, and it was pertaining to a conversation that you guys had the other night.
Go ahead, keep talking. I'm listening.
Yes, sir. But the question at hand, through his conversation, and a lot of people, feel like, okay, with this gentrification thing, with the Capitol Police taking over, with the sidewalks and stuff going down, in Fondren and State Street and the condos and all that stuff going on here in Jackson. And with you saying, or it's been, how they strategically plan for all this to happen, and they had this in plan for ever since, 70s, 80s, at least the 80s, they've been trying to take over. And it has come to this point. And with, as you describe, bad leadership, some people feel like it's hopeless, and they may have given up. And I remember Zoe saying something along the lines like, "Hey, you're too far behind." And you were petitioning, and you were saying that, "Hey, we still have a chance over here and over there." So, what would you say to those people who feel that they already had a 30, 40-year jump on us, and they already control most of the narrative, and then we have bad leadership on top of it? I mean, it's like you in a sinking black hole. No one's there to throw you a rope or shine any light.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So when we, as adults, as responsible parents, as working class citizens, feel that way and see things like that, it goes back to what I asked about the kids who have access to social media, who parents who have made it and have been providing funds for them. I mean, what you expect? How you expect them to view this thing if we see it like this? Mm-hmm. So it's almost a situation like, hey, it's just a matter of time before it is what it is. Mm-hmm. How do you change that narrative? And yeah, you make great points, you make great insights. I mean, but when it's just you and you lobbying, I mean, and no one else is real. I mean, what?
So because you can't stop to run, we can't. That the thing about it is that your surrendering is not an option. It's just not an option. Because that's exactly what they want us to do, is just say, it is what it is, and ain't nothing we can ever do about it. But because we don't, the problem is that until Black people understand their power, and the problem is that we don't understand our power, everybody makes money off us. We don't understand. We just don't, we have to, the thing about it, Toronto, if we just give up, then we're doomed worse than we can ever be. I just don't think giving up is an option.
So let me share something in which I was thinking about today. I got a call yesterday. I had just right before I made it to Bible class, and the question was, "What do we do to stop this like capital city takeover type situation?" I said, if you go and look at the one thing that the city wants, if I'm Jackson State, I'm not budging. When it comes to the vet, I'm not budging. You know why? Because this is the one time that the laws, the pen, scripted something that favored JSU. Ain't a damn thing you can do about it. So the objective is to dangle a carrot in front of us in hopes that we don't understand the value of it. And the value is based off of what you want. I know what you want. You're showing me what you want. If we're going to give up the vet, people, but I would not give up the vet. It wouldn't be based off money, Lee. Right. It would be based off legislation that protects Jackson State from being taken over. I would ask that there be laws and there be literature, there be a bill put in place that damn near makes Jackson State its own sovereign. Right. I'm gonna wall myself in, and you can't fucking touch me. If you don't do it, then you can kiss my ass. I ain't leaving.
That's right.
And you can't eminent domain me because you cannot force me out.
They sure can.
You can't. The law is in place that stated Jackson State is Jackson State's to lose. Right. And if we don't understand the value of it and we give it up, I'm telling you, not only am I going to ask you for money to fund exactly what I want, but I'm also going to ask for a bill to be put in place to protect me from any of that stuff. And I'm telling you now, like whatever that expansion, whatever plans are in place, all of that needs to be included.
Yep.
Because what they looking to invest, they trying to invest billions. Yep. So don't tell me it can't be done. That's just like Prairie View. The objective is, I don't want y'all to start doing all this stuff around here, and then y'all come over here and start effing with us. Right. We'll go over here to our little domain. Because here's what happens. If that happens for Jackson State, then so does that. It's a trickle-down effect from the community around it.
Come on.
Because one of the things that transpires with gentrification, it pushes away the middle to lower class away from that area. That's how it goes. It pushes you away. I've seen it happen in Austin, very hippie type like town. And yeah, you can come on up, bro. If you watching, just come on up. I'm gonna drop the link, bro. Just let me know when you want to come up. That's what I would do, because in the end, it's about not only am I looking to get something, but I'm also looking to protect myself. You remember the movie Life?
Yeah.
He was with Spanky. He said,
Right.
"Listen, you can send your guy with me, but I'm gonna pick who I'm riding with, because what I want to make sure is that when I get up here and get what you sending me for,
Hey,
so let me take the little joke of that. Let me take the little square ball that y'all, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing, because again, hold on, to that point, Tarante, it's not going to be a massive thing. It's actually going to have to start in small pockets. The example is what we're doing.
Right.
It's going to have to be a small conglomerate of African Americans that love the city of Jackson, that want to see it thrive, that want a piece of the pie, and want to get in on this. Yep. We're going to participate in our own rescue, because we love Jackson too. Jackson is predominantly black.
That was you just said, Ken. We want to do what?
We're going to participate in our own rescue. So for those of us who we're asking, so you got to be intentional about that, because you got these people play a game where they'll invest and they'll wait years and years and years and just sit on it.
Yep.
And we'll be like, we're trying to turn a dollar right now, but you do it through group economics, man. You do it through small groups and a small core of those that, you know, that do that. Jerome.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you guys so much for this awesome conversation. It's so awesome to see everybody on the call.
Before Brother Jerome gets started, let me answer Brother Dave's question, and then I'll turn it over to Brother Jerome, if that's okay.
No, it works. It works. Cool deal. Go ahead.
So, Brother Dave, to kind of add to what Ken is saying, here's the other thing. Most people don't know that the impetus for the Black Panther Party for self-defense, one of the biggest and greatest self-defense movements, was about a stop sign. What kicked off that movement was a stop sign. A community needed a stop sign because the intersection was dangerous and people were being struck by vehicles. And by fighting for that stop sign, that one small thing goes back to what I said. Remember, we said about getting young people to vote, giving people hope. You have to give people one victory, one tangible thing. And a lot of times our organizations, they lose their focus because they start trying to do 8, 9 different things, and they're only equipped to do one thing, and then they're never successful. And because they're never successful, people don't get a tangible victory. And people then don't have the hope to vote and do anything else. So I just wanted to add that point in. Go ahead, Brother Jerome. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, so good to speak with you guys again. And this is a wonderful conversation. I just wanted to add a couple of value points. Number one, when it comes to stopping gentrification, there's a multitude of ways that West Jackson can actually stop that onslaught that we're seeing. And guys, I want to impress the importance of this conversation, because I live here in Charlotte, and there's an HBCU here called Johnson C. Smith University, one of the oldest HBCUs in the South. We never would have thought prior to COVID what we would see now with JC Smith. It clearly, was in the kind of urban area like a lot of other HBCUs. But during COVID, a lot of investors came in, a lot of folks from New York and Jersey and everywhere else, and bought up that entire area, historic areas around the university. And now those homes that were worth maybe 30, 40,000, no lie, y'all, they're going for $500,000, close to $1 million.
Yep.
And they taken over all those homes and remodeled them. We've seen the same thing happen with Howard University in the U district of DC. We've seen the same thing happen in the AUC surrounding Morehouse and Spelman. So this is a conversation that's not just affecting Jackson State, but it's an HBCU. It's time to ring the alarm type of situation, right? So there is a strategy that if all the homeowners around Jackson State galvanize, they can go to the city council, city hall, and there's some type of addendum. I'm going to look up the correct verbiage, but essentially it places a barrier around that entire community from any type of investor or anything that would actually begin the sense of gentrification. So I don't want anybody to feel like all is lost, because there are ways to stop gentrification. Number two, kind of circling back to the previous conversation about capital and, having political fortitude. Here's my answer to that. We've got to do a better job, like a lot of our other HBCUs, such as Morehouse and Howard, A&T. They're encouraging a lot of their young alums to get active in politics. And they're, introducing them to some of the more seasoned alums so they can kind of shadow and, get best practices. And they're pushing them to run for city council and for state legislature, et cetera. And the importance of that, guys, is not only can elected JSU officials in Mississippi be an asset to the university, but also elected JSU alums across the nation can be an asset to our institution as well. And that's a broader conversation, but I know one of the Thigpen folks, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with that last name, Thigpen.
Yep.
He just, if I'm not mistaken, won re-election for the state house in South Carolina. We have a young brother, class of 2010. He was recently appointed by Governor Cooper here in North Carolina for some big position with the judicial system. We've got so many alums across the nation running for political office, and we can use that leverage and their resource and their capital to also assist Jackson State in a kind of an indirect way as well. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I just want people to know all is not lost. Jackson State, I don't know if you guys saw, I posted the article on Twitter. This year alone, and the fiscal year has yet to end, our alumni have raised almost $8 million in scholarships. Yep. So you guys were talking about how Black people, we have so much buying power, et cetera. But we all know Jackson State, we definitely support our institution more so than a lot of our, counterparts.
Right.
So if we can band together, specifically buying up that land, and I would listen, I put a charge out there to alums.
Getting ready. I'm telling you, bro. You speaking my language now, baby.
Listen, I'm telling you, me and a couple of my buddies, man, we've talked about let's put some money together and buy up some of those homes around Jackson State, because, we're so close. We're kind of like the gateway to downtown Jackson, and they're going to come for us. But why not get alums, encourage alums across the nation to pour in some funds to just buy up all that property? Now, I know Jackson State in the past, they did own quite a bit of that property, but I believe Bynum, he was selling off the property for $1. So I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember.
Right before he left. So if we can just, buy up some of that property and get with our investors, our alums who are within that space, we can definitely rope off that entire area and protect our institution. Now, for the city of Jackson, that's another caveat, and I believe it will work itself out. But I think as alums and supporters and friends of the university, we've got to make sure Jackson State is taken care of. And there's a handful of ways that we can spearhead this, whether it's with the National Alumni Association, whether it's your platform, Ken, but from coast to coast, we've got so many alums to really get the job done. And that's all I got.
Hey, man.
I want to come, because Southern Brother Jerome said, I don't want us to move past that. What he was also talking about when he was saying these colleges are picking and choosing young people to run, what he's talking about is also implementing community caucuses. And when we talk about implementing community caucuses, which we don't have anymore other than what Brother Jerome is saying now, there's a myth that elected officials tend to be individuals who in their own mind decide, I'm going to run individually. Biggest lie ever told. Most of your success, so let me give you a specific example, then connected to something that Brother Jerome just said. Philip Gunn is one of the most evil, heinous, racist elected officials the state of Mississippi has ever had. He lived today, 2023. He is as evil as any racist official that has ever lived in Mississippi.
Wow.
He will tell you himself, he never had any plans to be an elected official. He was a teacher in Clinton, Mississippi. So how did he go from being a teacher in Clinton, Mississippi? The business sector went to him, the Clinton, and told him, you're going to be our next state. I'm trying to see, did he do supervisor first? Did he do state? He said, you're going to be our next either representative, the business community. So that's what Brother Jerome is saying, is that we have to get back to the community caucuses where the Black lay people and teachers and business people are choosing the people, vetting the people, rather than allowing, because see, when the individual comes to you and asks you for their vote, they are bringing their personal agenda to you. What these schools are doing, that what Brother Jerome is saying, is that they are finding somebody to carry the water for their agenda. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And also, not only are you finding somebody to carry the water for your agenda, that allows you to educate that person on not just your community's sensibilities and values, but on the way of the system, so that you don't get stuck with Angela Cockingham, I'm going to keep calling her name, who's a horrible person, who votes against us with our representatives 95% of the time. So I just want people to just blow by that what Brother Jerome is really talking about is communities reinstating voting caucuses where we are vetting and then choosing a person to represent us, rather than having an individual come else with their own agenda. That's it.
Absolutely. And just to piggyback off of that, one of my mentors, he's the president of the Morehouse National Alumni Association, and we held a town hall with our organization. And one of the things he mentioned was one of the best ways to, galvanize these young alumni, these young folks that have really bright, fresh ideas but pure intentions. When you reach out to them, and in this, I guess, specific case of elections, you have to understand they travel in packs, they travel in tribes. So when you're talking about somebody that may have graduated class of 2010 or 2015, if you bring them along and you vet them right and you get them to represent your constituency, I promise you they're going to bring like 50 people from their class along with them to vote and to align themselves to your agenda. And it's the same formula when it comes to the National Alumni Association, also local chapters. These young folks travel in tribes. Now, for those of us who are a little bit seasoned, we've been out of Jackson State for a while, we got some friends, but we don't travel as deep as they do, collectively. So I think that's going to be our bread and butter moving forward, to eradicate the ills of what, we're seeing with the perpetual voting in of this woman that you spoke to and the other gentleman, Stokes. It's time, y'all. We are so educated. We are so powerful. We have so much class. And the way that we're being represented is not, I guess, a reflection of who we are as Jacksonians. So when are we going to stand up and say enough is enough? We know who we are. We know our worth. And the only way we're going to do that is coming together like a platform like this and putting together an agenda to present, let's say, to the university or to the National Alumni Association, or hell, I'm going to tell you guys, like at Jackson State, they've got some awesome organizations. They got Men of Excellence. They got the 100 Black, the Collegiate 100 Club. You got the fraternities and the sororities. There's so many young people that are looking for us to kind of lead the charge and plant that seed. So when are we going to plant that seed?
Exactly.
Can I say something? Yeah. What I love about this, and then because I want to go back to Toronto because you sound so defeated. Scripture said there's nothing new under the sun. So what they're doing now has already been done. Are we looking at the recipe? If you know that what they are doing, they have continued to do, and they have. So we have to not just throw in the towel and understand the power we have. And just like the reason I want to keep using this platform is because we did something that none of us thought we could do. Like we don't understand that your dollar and my $10 come together and we can do some stuff. So based on what we just did here, all of us don't have a lot, but we got enough to help. Y'all, we raised what in 17 minutes, $4,000. Come on.
Right.
And everybody that's with us got smallness. Because we understand we're going to keep going back to the freaking village.
Right.
And just what Brother Jerome said. Okay, I ain't got all this, but we know what the purpose of it is. Everybody put in what they have. And I'm going to go on scripture. The Bible says when you do what you do and you do it with love, it's going to cover you. I think that's what he did with the woman because she gave the last that she had, but her heart was with it.
Amen.
But as long as you think that your little don't matter, your little matter. We know by this platform your little matters. People that gave Ken $1 to some and gave him hundreds. But when we put that thing together and we were on, this is the thing, we were on one accord.
Mm-hmm.
We were on one accord. Ken asked, we did. Bam, one accord. We trust. When your leader, check this out. When you got a leader you can trust.
That's it.
And bro, go ahead, Brother Day, go ahead, Brother Day.
Well, Rochelle, it wasn't a situation where totally that if I sounded defeated, that wasn't necessarily the narrative I was trying to paint. It was reality. It was more so what I see on a day-to-day basis. It's more so of people really not getting involved and trying to figure out what they can do. I mean, like you said, it take a strong leader. It go back to the days of the Martins, you know, where you had a lot of people who were willing to follow, but until someone took the bull by the horn, took the reins and went with it, you know what I'm saying? No one, if you don't have that leadership ability, then you don't know which way to go. So I'm not saying that, you know, I'm giving up, but I will say, you know, the picture look blurry and a few people talking about it. How many springing into action?
And what I'll say, Brother Day, is you're exactly right, because there are people who feel that way, and the only answer I can give you, and again, I always, it's fun, I use these examples being the only heathen on the screen, but people react to tangible things. So the solution to the people that you know who have given up,
start small.
Show them just a small success or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you show them a small success or something, they may not say, they may not even spark them to want to vote, but they'll gravitate to being in whatever that grassroots effort is. And I say that to not only Brother Dave, but just everybody. If you meet people, because don't get me wrong, I get depressed. You saw the scope, then you can. That's why you looking. That's why you smiling. You saw I got the breaking news scope too.
I'm 4 for 4. Every time I don't watch, they win.
I got the breaking news. I got the breaking news scope too. 122 to 110. All right, let's move on. So, Brother Dave, what you do is, and this to everybody. Then I want to answer. I know Brother Ron, then I want to answer one of the questions. But what we have to do is to those people who feel like, not us, but those people who feel like they've given up. We have to be able to present to them an actual win, because that's what people want. Politics is just like anything else. It's hard for people to support a losing team. It's hard for people to support a losing candidate.
Yep. And
we have to stop acting like that's not true. In fact, let me give y'all a little history. What's my man? His catch slogan was "Keep the faith, baby." He was a senator out of New York. What was that brother's name? He was a minister and an elected official, and everybody knew him from his character. And he passed more legislation. He broke the law. He broke the record for passing more legislation.
Wow.
What was that brother's name? keep the faith, baby. What's that? Okay, so Adam Clayton Powell.
Okay.
So, do you know what Adam Clayton Powell's nickname used to be for Martin Luther King when Martin Luther King first got in the game? Do you know what his nickname for what he used to call Martin Luther King?
What's that?
He was calling Martin Luther King. Because before the boys bus boycott, they hadn't won anything. And so Adam Clayton Powell was like, why y'all following Martin Luther King when I'm over here passing all this legislation? And so, unfortunately, it wasn't that King was wrong. It wasn't that King wasn't doing the right thing. But King had that stigma. King was the coach that couldn't win the big one. He was the MVP. And then when he finally won the big one, more people galvanized around it. Does that make sense, Brother Day?
Yeah.
And so what we have to always make sure is keep hope alive is a cool slogan. But rather than telling people, keep hope alive, don't give up, just point them in the direction to a group that's in your community that you can actually say doing something. I want to answer one question in the chat, then I know you want to let this brother here. To Sister Alexis Rayford. That's my daughter-in-law, Sister Rochelle. That's my daughter-in-law in the chat. She's a wonderful woman. Gave us 2 wonderful great-grandchildren. She's still in. She asked a question back at 11:22, so I don't know if she's still up. But she asked about Home Depot. That I said the Home Depot, they buy where they are. And obviously they were leasing. And so she wanted to know, but weren't they already leasing? Yeah, but they were leasing coming into the city, which they thought they were going to have the option to buy. And when the city didn't give them the option to buy, that's why they pulled out and went to Clinton. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to answer that question.
And also, if you think about it, Durante, this I do even with my clients when I say, okay, give me your goals, right? We're not going to pick the biggest goal first. Because if you get defeated on that, you're going to stop. It's kind of like also on this weight loss journey. I'm going to lose this 50 pounds. No, I'm just trying to go for 3. Okay, I hit that 3. Okay, now let me get another 3. Because the thing is that we want to start off with these big changes, right? What is it that you can do little? And that's exactly, and I'm going to go back to the platform that we did. We know our school need a whole lot of stuff. But what the kids say, we can't do everything, but we can do the little things.
No doubt.
Because we've done the little things, look what we've done. And now when people come on, wow, one, our leadership is strong. They trust the leader of it. They know where their money is going. And every little thing that they give, they know if I give $5, I'm just as great as the one that gave 500, right? Because we can't do the millions of things, but we can do the little things. And because we've done those little things, the coaches that came and said, thank you. We didn't send the pictures. We got people right now ready to give because they know we can't do everything, but we can do something. So when you say, start looking at the little stuff and then build on it, but because we want the big stuff, and when we feel defeated, it just breaks our whole spirit. It really does. So start off small. I'm done.
Anthony, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, Ken? What's going on, the I Love family? How everybody doing tonight?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, bro?
Lee, I was the one that you talked
Hey, brother
to.
Mitchell, what's up, man? I just realized that was you. What's up?
What's going on? Hey, well, this conversation, man, all the way on the East Coast is we'll go back to what Toronto was asking, man. You gotta understand, man, we're not by ourselves, like Brother Jerome said. Like most of the black colleges throughout, the East and South have experienced this type of thing that Jackson, Mississippi is going through. But see, Lee, I reminded of something that you said today. They want to do it in Jackson, then they're gonna try it everywhere else. You remember we talked about that?
Yeah.
But I got on today to talk about this as well. Here in Maryland, the news has talked about the things that's happening with the capital city being taken over, but they're not gonna do anything. We have to do it grassroots style. I've been listening to the call all night tonight, and it's just been tingling in my spine that we got to get the young people involved. We are where they were, but we have to get the grown people on the same page. The children aren't going to do it. It's going to take the adults to show them the way. That's why it's imperative. Also, I was talking to Brother C. Lee earlier. We have help that wants to see Jackson State or the city of Jackson in general not go through what, as Rome said, the Howard, or what they have people that it's been gentrified so bad that they have a little town. It's not Chocolate City anymore in DC, right? It's, you know, if you come and look at some of the places that were there 10, 15, 20 years ago, they're gone. They've been replaced with things that you can barely recognize the town. And I'm from Jackson, so I know, and I've come home and I see the changes are made on Northside Drive. I think Zoe brought up an excellent point about how Fondren act like they're not even a part of Jackson in the way. And it's all strategic, as we all know. But I got on the call today to say that C. Lee, his organizations, and what we're doing, and I told him this today, man. I said, whether Ken knew this or not, he started an entire movement.
Yep.
An entire movement. And it's so strong that when I'm up here and I tell people about this, they want to join the fight from Washington, D.C. all the way to Mississippi. This is just the beginning, actually. People thought it was about football. And I'm not bringing any other podcasters up on this call, but people got to learn when to shut up, because if you're not helping, you're hurting. This is not about, and I love when Ken and Zoe say they're not podcasters. They're not YouTubers, right?
Right.
No.
This is all about creating a change, because I always look at growing up and going to the game since I was 2 years old. Jackson State is Jackson, Mississippi.
Keep trying to tell them that.
It is a part of the fiber of the entire community. Every aspect from, of course, we've watched it go down. They've done it on purpose. Now we also have to purposely fight and take back what they've done. And I'm going to yield back my time, but I just wanted to hop on and say that. And partnering with C. Lee and this group here, man. Now, keep in mind, I want to say this too. When they see us working, be aware of the pitfalls, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Right? Right? Because just because you don't like, and I said this to you earlier, just because they didn't like Chokwe, and we grew up with Chokwe,
Right.
there was no need to harm the rest of the people in Jackson. My grandparents still live there. Right?
Whole family's there. Right.
Whole family's there. So you want to take out a people because of personal quarrels and qualms. No, that is. I mean, listen, that's a whole level of racism that my mind would never understand. So I lean on the likes of C. Lee's and Rochelle. You guys help us, right? I went to school with Ken. You guys. I think I know Toronto from working with him back in the day.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I got you, brother. What's up, man?
So this is what I'm saying. As a family, guys, we are not in this alone. When I tell people up here about what the city of Jackson is going through, what the state of Mississippi is doing, like, okay, well, they hear it on Roland Martin, or they see it on CNN. But you know, those type of news channels, they just fly by night. They're not going to run a 24-hour news cycle about what's happening. We have to get the facts out there. And as Ken always says, we have to tell our own story.
Right. That's it. I mean, and I welcome, anyone. I mean, I know what's going to eventually come. You're going to wait till election time start coming. People going to start looking to get on every avenue, every venue. And if they feel like you got momentum, people will do that. And we welcome that. That's what I say when we're looking for channel sponsors. And just so people can understand, when we say that, we're looking for investors, those that will invest in what we're doing, because it's only going to allow us to do it. It ain't so much as we all got full-time jobs. There's a sacrifice. And I'm telling you, for the last 4 years, anytime you're doing anything that we're doing, there's a sacrifice in that. And it's a sacrifice of time, it's a sacrifice of money, it's a sacrifice of all of that. And it's just, if we want it, we can't get frustrated when, like I said, when this particular platform get the name wrong, they call the defensive coordinator name the offensive coordinator, and or when something happens in the community down the street, a mile away from the school, and they start saying, "Hey, they attach Jackson State to that particular ugly thing." We have to, and we're displaying that. And I mean, there's a lot of things that have come just from the actions that we've transpired. Like Ant just said, with trolls, people being negative, people spamming the chat, people spamming the comment section, people creating fake profiles, people attacking me on social media. There's a lot of times, man. There's people from other schools I know watch this show. I don't know who these people are, but people will be like, oh, such and such in this group talking about you. And I'm like, who the hell is that? I never heard of them. Don't know about them. Don't care about them. And do not come back to me and tell me what they said, because it's irrelevant. Because I really have to stay the course. But I love everybody in the commentary in this conversation. It's much needed conversation, and this is a conversation that's going to go on forever. Hell, I've even invited Shokwe to come up, and I know he's a busy man or whatnot, but we're going to continue to do that. We'll give people a microphone to come on. I know they go to the radio station, but we touching a little bit of everybody, kind of YouTube world. And even though you might see 400-500 people tune in, you got to look at I'm seeing how many people are watching these shows on the back end. You're talking 5,000 people looking at what we're doing. Even though it may not be live, they're still watching. So it's important to get the message out.
Ken, and some message you said is that on a Friday, we got over 350 people really listening. And what we're doing here, we couldn't get this on a radio station because of on any TV station. So for us to have these many people, and you probably got people in here who really didn't know what you was about, and this is shocking them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're here, everyone is not here, but they're going, okay, wait a minute. This is not the same as a podcast, because that's not what we are.
Was there a question that we missed? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, no, go ahead on. Jerome, what was your question?
Oh wow, I don't remember. I'm sorry. My apologies.
I walked in. There was no question. To Toronto about what is it that we could do, and what would it take for us to yeah.
All of it has been the answer, Ms. Dillard.
Right.
I don't think there's a specific thing that you just say. This is such a complex, multifaceted answer to it. But like I said, it's. I love what Jerome said. I mean, we're not without hope. I mean, there's a lot of things that's going on, and I'm so optimistic because I'm seeing, and you can create your own reality. You are what you think, and you think what you see. So if you can start small, a collective group, even when it comes into like investing. I had a friend of mine come, they went on vacation, and she was like, me and my husband went on vacation. And I was thinking, why can't me and my husband and we have these friends, I have 4 or 5 friends, they all got husbands. Why can't we all put our money together, go buy one of these vacation properties? We all take turns. If it's 6 of us, we both take 2 months, and we all we manage the property. You can Airbnb, you can bring all different types of things. But this is the thing that happens. Like we and not just, we don't speak for the masses, but in our community, there's a consensus that says many of us don't like to spend money. And I was talking to my nephew. My nephew has a clothing line, and he was having conversations about people that's closest to him, when they want to come out to him, the first thing they mention is his little clothes, and his anytime somebody say yo lil anything, I get away from around.
Right.
I'm serious. Yeah. So what I was telling him was, I said nephew, I'm like a father to him. I said, have I ever asked you for a discount? Like, no. I said, your price is your price. Don't change your price for nobody. Right. If I go out there to the H&M, whatever's on the tag, I'm gonna pay for it.
We don't ask them for a
So my point is that, and that goes back to what Brother C. Lee was saying on the last show about spending your dollars. I didn't think about it like that, but it's great. That's why I eat at Cultivation a lot of time when I go. I eat at Manship. I forget who owned it. I'm saying I'm putting those dollars, I'm keeping those dollars in the city of Jackson. But that's important when you start, patronizing these. Now I'm gonna go up to Zia because I got to get them Thai ribs. But I try to tell y'all now, I really do try to spend money in the I know going to Highway 18, Walmart is a little challenging versus going to the one in Ridgeland, but if you can pull it off, do it, man. Spend that money, keep that money inside the city the best way we can, and do our part to do what we do.
Hey, Ken.
Yes, sir.
I think I asked you this one of my friends sent me this. So we have a fellow alumni out in Texas. He sent me this message on the 25th of April.
Okay.
And maybe someone on the panel could address it. But he asked me, he said, do you know anyone / attorneys in Jackson who's focusing on the water crisis, more so the civil side. He said, I have a friend that works for the EPA, was inquiring. She is out of New York and has someone in her network that is looking for offers to support anyone fighting for the people of Jackson. So I don't know any attorneys. I don't know who's working on anything, but
that might be a question for Brother Trent. I know I think Trent's in Brandon, I think, but lawyers know other lawyers, but I don't know anyone right off top.
Well, I can at least tell you this. There's been no, how do I want to put this? There's been no movement, motion, or attempt to file any civil claims as of yet. Partially because
he's Black.
The litigation is still around the moving target of the state deciding who's at fault. But also the other problem with the civil suit is that, and this is where, again, in what Ken said about making sure you have lawyers. So there was a lawyer who came down for a group that worked with the group in Flint. And they had action against the city of Jackson about the water. And the problem was that in doing it, they were blaming the victims for the problem. They were suing Jackson when it was the state that was withholding funds for Jackson. And one of the things we have to be careful is that
makes sense.
Two people can suffer the same thing, but that same thing can be caused by two different issues. Okay. See, the issue in Flint was that the water had impurities in it. The water was toxic. The issue in Jackson was we didn't have no water.
Wow.
And see, and so I kept trying to get with people saying like it's not, and I'm not, and when I say that's like it's again. Remember we started earlier about compartmentalizing, right? Two different things. They both were water issues, but the issue in Flint was, again, they were being poisoned by their water. They were being killed by what was actually in the water itself. Jackson was that we just didn't have any water. And we didn't have any water because, one, we didn't have a tax base, and the state legislature was redirecting funds that were supposed to go to Jackson away from us. So those are two different reasons. Wow. But you had this group who had worked in Flint who decided they were going to come down and sue the city of Jackson like they did the people in Flint. When in this case, the people in Jackson were not the cause of that issue. Does that make sense, Brother Day?
Wow.
And that's why, because of that particular litigation, people have been leery to deal with civil suits because, again, we're not even ready for civil suits because we're still trying to pin down everything that the state has done to cause this issue, if that makes sense. And I'll stop because I think Brother Ron and some other people want to jump in.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I just want to say, Earl, I'm too busy guarding the yard, man. So whatever we got at Jackson, we got to keep at the house. So, man. But, hey, I just want to jump in and kind of piggyback off of Brother Anthony. When he mentioned that there's so many people around the nation that are fighting for us and would like to join the fight and see what we can do, I hear the word resources. And I do know, and this is to Brother Torian, I'm sorry, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name.
It's fine.
So my hometown is Fort Bragg, Fayetteville, North Carolina. And there was a brother similar to you who wanted to get involved. He did his own research because, he was from the hood of Fayetteville. He wanted to improve the housing conditions of Fayetteville. So what he did was he did some research and found out there's a federal grant, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the HOPE Title IV grant or HOPE 4 grant. And essentially those federal funds, once you win it basically you, of course, give out these contracts, people bid for them, but you totally revitalize, let's say if it's like a project or just like a hood area or dilapidated area, things like that. The government will give you millions of dollars to get that project done in a beautification type of sense. So if we can make our leaders privy to all this money that's out there specific to what the ills of the city are for, we don't necessarily have to just sit back idly and wait for the state to give us money, because there's a lot of federal money out there. And I know when we talked about the issue of Jackson State having its own water system, there are federal grants out there specific to that as well.
Yep.
So we don't have to, if we can just educate ourselves and we can reach out to those who are in those spaces. We need some grant writers, number one. So I don't know if anyone is privy to the power of a grant writer or an effective grant writer. But I'm pretty sure we have a slew of alums and friends at the university that have that specific skill set, so we can win these grants, not only for Jackson State, but for the city of Jackson as well.
Brother Jerome, let me tell you something, man. This right here, thanks to Rochelle, y'all gotta understand something. We ain't bullshitting. I pardon my French, but I'm telling you right now, we coming, man. I ain't trying to. That ain't no pun intended to our previous coach, but trust me when I tell you. And I specifically, and Michelle helped me pen the, I guess the bylaws and the mission as far as what this nonprofit is for, and it is solely centered around our collective efforts of what we're doing and curtailing it. And we talking about even NIL opportunities that comes in with this as well. So I'm definitely partnering with some, we just waiting on that 501c3 status. And once we do, I'm gonna get, when I get on here dancing like Martin, I'm gonna tell y'all we ready now. I'm telling you, we come.
You know what? I also want to piggyback off what you said. Since you're getting your 501c3 prepared, I do know, I think last week, Wells Fargo, they announced that they are partnering with one of Bishop T.D. Jakes' companies specific to what we're looking to do in Jackson. And that's revitalizing communities and providing them, with grants, low interest loans to revitalize, areas that have been neglected. So definitely keep that in mind. But there are other banks out here, Black owned or otherwise, that have money specifically earmarked for what we're trying to get done.
Hey, we're gonna be connecting, brother. Just as soon as we get that thing going, I'm gonna hit you up in your inbox, man. And when I say this is a life's mission we on, man. We talking about traveling. If I got to make a trip to wherever, I'm coming. Sit down and talk to people, because knowledge is key, man. You got to know it. And as an old quote I love, they said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance.
So listen, what Jerome and CD was saying, we're talking about us not knowing. I've been researching, I got to really find them, but they were even saying how the government, and we talking about all these grants, but they were saying that even understanding Section 8, and I think it's a Section 3. Section 8 is what the government gave Black people, because with Section 8, the men couldn't be in the house. Or another called Section 3, where your husband can stay in. But because they did not want the Black family to be together, they threw us Section 8, when there's a whole other section for a whole other people with it. But that's because our people.
Yeah, I've been on this earth for 41 years, and I have never in my life heard of Section 3.
It's another section. I'm gonna find it, but It was talking about Section 8 is what they gave Black people, because with Section 8, the Black man couldn't be in the house. Now this thing is so much bigger.
We got our work cut out for
it.
I mean, we just, all we did was became masters of it and just said, shit, don't put my name on nothing. Go get that Section 8, and then I'm gonna stay here anyway.
You know what I'm saying? But I will find the section.
Go get the damn steps.
I actually Google it, Ken, and it messed me up, because we know we ain't gonna read.
Right. Well, we gotta. But in saying that there's a very large sector of our community that does read, that is highly educated. We just have to connect the dots, and we have to collaborate. I think group economics is the way. It's been that way. It's always been.
That's the key. That is going to be the key.
I can do a little bit with my 1,000, but if we get 10 of us with the same 1,000, now you're talking about, you get what I'm saying? 100,000. I mean 10,000. I
just want to read this to you. Section 8 versus Section 42. However, the rent that Section 42 resident would pay is capped at a fixed amount and includes utility that was the resident's responsibility. In rental assistance programs such as Section 8, based on the income, but it's certain sections that they have that they just never even mentioned to us because they didn't want us to know. It's just so much out there that we don't know. And like God said, our people perish because we don't understand it. But it is so many services that we just never heard of.
But we're gonna tap in now. Now, here's what I will say, and we're vocal about a lot of stuff, but I'm not stupid. Just so y'all know, I mean, we talking because we're really trying to get people riled up and get them engaged. But once we get active, there would be no public conversation about what we got going on.
Okay. Come on, buddy.
Right.
Yep.
I ain't stupid.
Right.
I hate her. Hey, we know how to move stuff off the screen and roll into the private space. You just got to wait. You got to figure out what the hell they doing, what they got. You won't know because we won't tell you. If we tell you, you're gonna try to stop it. You're gonna become, a thorn, and we can't have that. So, but we definitely gonna get active. And just like I said, all you do is just you master the process. Start with one and duplicate it and keep moving.
I'm going to actually make sure I get the whole section, but I believe it was 3. But if it's not, I'm going to make sure and find out. But when this Black lady was talking about it, but they was like, it was strategically giving Section 8 to Black people. So the Black husband would
there you go, Michelle. Section 3 residents are public housing residents or persons who live in an area where a HUD assisted program is located and who have a household income that falls below the HUD's income limits.
It's so many other things out there we just don't know about. So I'm going to see if I can find the video. I might have the wrong section, but when I studied, I was so mad. But the husband can stay in this particular section. They did give it to the Jewish community and other Eurocentric people coming over. So
let me ask this question publicly because we do have an alum that works for a particular company that offers technology grants, and then we do have a new media content director of content creation. Jackson State has a nonprofit. We need to figure out who's over who. We have a 501c3 because they would have to be the ones that would actually have to pin that grant to. And I think we talking $20,000 and a $20,000 grant to go towards the technology. So when you look at someone like Austin that's coming and needing these things, I was able to connect this particular individual with him. But we just need to figure out who the hell is over it, who does the writing, and who's the right person. So if that person is on this live or that person is, if you know who that would be, please and thank you, send me an email with a name and maybe some contact info so we can connect the dots and we can take advantage of what's out there. He can't go do it, but the university can do it. All they have to do is go through, because these companies have programs in place. Just as Brother Jerome stated in regards to the beautification projects, you have programs you have companies that will invest in HBCUs from a technology base, and there isn't even a mandate that you have to buy the equipment from that particular place.
Oh wow!
They'll give you the grant, and you can. They would like for you to buy it from them, but the grant isn't dictated. It's not contingent upon you shopping with them. And I was like, this is free money. It's like, duh. I'm like, that's what I mean. So when you talk about having someone that knows, and not only knows, but knows how to get it done, and then also how to connect the dots. And that's all we're really doing.
And Ken, to your point, man, I don't know if you guys remember, about 10 years ago, Jackson State got this partnership, I believe, with Apple. And we began to give out iPads for all of our freshmen. Yep. That came about from a JSU alum who worked for Apple out on the West Coast. Wow. And he approached his employer and got a huge grant for Jackson State. And we've been able to, of course, keep that, rolling. But what I'm hearing from you guys, I'm hearing the word national, right? And as we know, Jackson State University, we have many designations, one of which is national. So when you look at schools like Alcorn, Southern, Alabama A&M, they have the designation of regional. So we have to leverage, number one, our brand, but we also have to step outside of the Jackson, Mississippi, or the state of Mississippi scope and tap into all of these thousands of alums that are across the nation, as well as friends of the university
Yes.
that are in these spaces. And the perfect example of that, our former president, before he took his trip out to Oakland and San Francisco, he had one of his team members to do a simple LinkedIn search. And they found an alum who graduated, I believe, in the late 80s, early 90s. And she's the current VP or senior level VP for a Fortune 300 company. And just said, hey, we're coming out there. What can you do for us? She said, hey, not only will I host you guys, I'll pay for the entire event, the venue, the food. She got the entire team flown out just from a simple ask. And, you know, I say this, I work for a financial services company, and we were having a seminar, and one of the VPs for the mortgage side, he came in and he said, hey, we've got all these clients. We're finding out that they're getting their mortgage through Lending Tree and all these other subsidiary groups. And when we did a poll, we asked them, why didn't you go through us? The typical answer was, nobody asked me.
Right.
These other companies asked me. Right. So it just comes down to a simple ask. And I promise you guys, as we've seen with Brother DeMarco Morgan and his awesome testimonial video that we've seen over the last couple of days,
right?
It's a testimony that Jackson State, of course, we produce wonderful graduates, but these folks, man, and alums, these folks are going into these spaces and they're excelling. But for some reason, there's a disconnect. Now, luckily, DeMarco, he's the I Love, he's true blue. But we have a lot of alums out there who've been kind of disconnected because of life, things happen, you get a family, etc. But it's time for us on this call and in the chat to reconnect the university with those alums by a simple ask. And we can pull all those resources back to Ken to funnel back to Jackson State. We can get this done. It's just a simple ask.
It's literally that simple. And if you don't believe me, like Toronto will tell you, you know, we went to Houston and presented the check to Coach Thorne and our rooms were taken care of. And it's just from the simple fact that we have the capability to literally navigate into any space we need to. Jerome said something last time he was up talking about, if you're going to donate to Jackson State, the awareness of knowing that you have a lot, that your employer, if they match those funds. So instead of just going in that direction, you got to get that information and know what's out there for you. So that way, if you're going to give 1,000 and they're going to match up to 1,000, boom, that's a whole free $1,000 that you could absolutely get, and that we're not even applying just because. For example, I work for a Fortune. Well, anyway, don't worry about who I work for, but just know that there was an HBCU initiative that led to some things, and they wanted to talk to me, and it led to some other things, and I'm just like, man, this is good stuff right here. So I'm pretty sure that I'm one of thousands that are out there, and it's time to get it going, man, because I think we have to channel that momentum of participating in our own rescue, and I think we really can hit a home run with what he just said. Go ahead, Rochelle.
Well, my thing is that I'm just gonna go back again, y'all. We have not because we asked not.
That's a fact.
I mean, I'm just going, everything we're doing, that's why I keep saying there is nothing new under the sun.
Listen, I even want to say this. I got Jerome got my wheels turning now. Listen, if you sitting out here and you in one of these spaces where you can make some decisions, like for example, I got a brother right now. We talked about sponsors for Tiger Talk, reached out to me, and I plan on sitting down with him when I get back home and mention his fraternity and having brothers that got connections. It's like, I'm gonna put you in connection with this person and they're gonna do this and this for you guys. And I'm like, that's what's up, you know. But many of us, you may be in a position to where you may have access to some information, because there may be some people that's sitting right here on this chat that may be going through some transition from an employment standpoint. They may need some opportunities. You may know somebody or may know of something. Man, bring that information. We may even have a segment where it's just an information hour where we're able to just pool together, you know, just valuable info to just put out there. Don't cost a thing. Go ahead, brother.
And Ken, I thought about something when you just said when we was out in Houston and the money that we donated to the track team. And we already have expressed how appreciative and how excited, how surprised that those young people were, especially Coach Thorne.
Right.
Then I thought about when we did the initiative for Coach Tamika Reed last year, and the girls going to the amusement park out in California, and how she came on and expressed how some of the girls from out of state was surprised that the alumni of Jackson State did it like that or sponsored like that. Well, there's always been a narrative that we don't give back to our school and that we don't donate. And prior to your show coming on air, I used to get these letters, about students, athletes, whomever it was that, needed a donation. So I used to do that to contribute. But I said all that to say that initiative that was done on Friday in Houston, has touched those young people. So as they become successful in life, they'll look back and say, hey, I remember when KC 1400 Media Group, those guys came to Houston when we was running in that hot sun, and they raised money for that. So I will contribute. So it may start a generation of young people giving back to their schools. So that within itself, in those initiatives that was done, it is huge. And another thing I would say, I know we talk about sports a lot on this thing, and one of the players, and I'm not, it just kind of stands out to me, and Mr. Asides. Every interview I've ever seen him on, I love the way he carried himself, the maturity level of it. And he always expressed his interest in becoming an attorney. So not only are the coaches over there developing young men, getting these young men development to great athletes and football players and putting a great product on the field for our entertainment, they also bring in young men in there who want to be successful and look beyond, the scope of football and athletics to be successful. So that is so many things in that makes me proud and make me be proud to be a part of what is going on here.
Yeah, so, no doubt.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in real quickly. Two quick things. There was someone who asked how they can get in touch with me. I currently serve as the chapter president for our Metro Charlotte chapter. Feel free to send me an email, JSU NAA MCC for Metro Charlotte chapter at gmail.com. I'll be glad to correspond and provide my phone number to you.
Can you put that in the chat for me?
Ken, we can't, but Brother Jerome put it in the private chat. Can you get it out of private chat and put it in the regular chat?
Yeah,
I can.
Okay. I got it.
You got it?
Okay. We don't have, Brother Jerome, we don't have access to the regular chat. We can only put it in the private chat.
Okay. And the second thing I wanted to bring up to everyone on the call and the chat, I want to charge everyone, right, to do something for me. So, and it's very simple. So a couple of years ago, there was a lot of chatter in the HBCU community, why is it that the same institutions are getting these same, the large donations, Morehouse, Spelman. So from speaking to alums of those schools here in Charlotte, they told me it's a simple formula. So their institutions, what they do is they identify top performers who are alums at several companies, and they bring them back to the university, and they essentially train them with their development foundation on essentially how to be, right? So how to navigate those corporate waters, how to navigate politics, et cetera. And they encourage them to be a top performer, because you guys got to understand, I'm gonna tell you, my crab year, so I came into Jackson State in 2002, I was in the Sonic Boom, and there was an assistant band director that came back from Norfolk, Paul Adams, and he told all the freshmen, he said, anywhere you go, always remember you are a direct reflection of the Sonic Boom of the South and Jackson State University. I want to encourage everybody, or just challenge everybody on this call, at your employer, you are a direct reflection of Jackson State University,
Yep.
whether you know it or not. I need everybody to be a top performer. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the highest when it comes to being a top performer. It could be regarding your top performance and your character and what we call on the corporate level, your personal culture.
Mm-hmm.
Your personal culture will take you further than having high sales numbers or high performance numbers, et cetera.
Amen.
Your personal, always protect your personal brand, because so many people are watching you and they are willing, if you have a great personal brand, personal culture, they're willing to invest in anything that's aligned with you or attached with you. So by all means, if you can get a mentor on your job, I was told by one of my mentors a long time ago, we have a CEO, he can't make a move without consulting his board of directors. So you are your own company. You're the CEO of your own company. You need to surround yourself with a board of directors. And that's a host of different mentors, regardless of their race, their gender, their age. Just make sure they are for you and make sure that they are cultivating you to become that top performer. Because I promise you, it's going to pay off. People are going to invest in everything that you are aligned to. And that includes Jackson State.
Hey man, that's applicable to every aspect of life. But I love that, man, because we're always talking about your personal brand. I mean, it's all you got, man. Once your reputation goes in the toilet, it's kind of hard to restore that. So that's great. That's great advice, man. That's great advice. But I love that because they're fostering a mindset of high performing individuals that know that they're representing the university and they're going to be in these positions, and that it's going to yield the benefits. It's like you're investing in your people, to turn around and reinvest in the institution. So, man, we got our work cut out for us, but it's right here. It's right here for us. I mean, somebody said something about all the, I think they said all the chapter presidents or something like that. Chapter alumni. We need all the representatives from all alumni chapters on this stream. That'd be dope. It'd be dope. I mean, listen, all we have to do is just take heed from this call, and it's what we do after we leave the call. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say it, but we have to go put it into action and be about that action, boss. So we got to get it done. I believe that it's going to be a lot of fruit that comes from this particular stream. I'm getting a lot of, I'm getting texts and everything. People are just really enjoying what we're talking about. And the beauty of it is we never know what we're going to talk about. We came on this thing with sunglasses and cigars trolling. Now we're talking about Black empowerment and elevation of the institution, So that's outstanding. Somebody said those are houses in Jackson that has to be done. Hell, I don't give a damn. Buy up the lot and you tear the house down and clean it up yourself. It's cool. They're going to still need the lot.
It's the property, it's the value of the house, the land.
And let me say this, something I learned, and I didn't know this till I got to clean. What people don't realize is the laws, the way the city ordinance laws are written, it's almost impossible to tear down a house.
That's true. Absolutely.
You're right. Like people don't understand, like there has to be certain things that happen over a certain period of time.
Wow.
Taxes.
And these absentee landlords understand that law. So, for instance, I could be an absentee landlord, do nothing to a house for 6 months. Soon as the time limit is up, all I gotta do is go cut the grass. I ain't painted. I ain't fixed the broken windows. I ain't done nothing. I just go cut the grass. That 6 months start all over again.
Wow.
Because the way the law is written is, the law is really written in a way that we don't want to take people's houses, believe it or not. And so these absentee landlords misuse that. So a lot of times when people say that the city officials are not doing their job, no, it's because now if you want to change, you got to change that. Again, that's where voting and political education is.
Matters.
You have to change that law. Because right now, the law, and then secondly, with the other part of that is, once you get to the point of knocking the house down, who gonna pay for it? Because most cities don't have their own contract department that's designed to tear down houses. So the city now, which is taking a loss on taxes on this abandoned house, now going to have to take another loss to hire a company to tear down a house with hopes that somebody will buy the lot, and then those taxes over time will accrue. So again, that thing about, and I'm not. Again, I want to be clear. I'm one of those people who want houses torn down. But once I started reading and understanding, that was something else. I stopped being, I don't blame the city councilman and the mayor on that. What I blame is me as a voter not being active enough to change the law so that the city leaders' hands are not tied to get rid of those kind of things.
Oh man, Celia, you hit it on the head right there, buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and kind of piggyback off of Sealy. That was a topic of conversation that we had with our former president regarding some of the housing around the university and how it coincides with what we're trying to do to elevate our enrollment and, of course, needing more housing. Now, of course, you guys know we were just approved for a new dorm. I think it's 2,500 beds, which is awesome. But I proposed to President Hudson. I've got some friends that work for a company called American Campus. And essentially what they do is they go around to a lot of PWIs and some HBCUs, and they build these student apartments. And what they do is when they build the student apartment for the first 3 years, they control it. But of course, it allows the university to grow its enrollment. So though there's a loss when it comes to, the board aspect as far as, staying on campus, after that third year, that company turns the property back over to the university. So they're going to recoup, what they actually lost. But in the interim, they're actually still growing their enrollment. And of course, that helps for increased revenue. But President Hudson was totally on board with it because that's honestly been the bread and butter for Prairie View. Prairie View, they faced a lot of the same opposition when it comes to building new dorms that we have. So they just said, man, okay, we're just going to go around y'all and we're going to get this third party company to come in. And not only is it going to revitalize the area around the campus, but it's going to grow our enrollment. So I'm hoping that whoever the new president is takes that into consideration because it kind of kills two birds with one stone. It's going to help exactly what Celia is talking about. But it's going to beautify the area, but also help grow our enrollment. So that's my point, guys. Like, there's so many outside the box ideas that we can put into play, put into motion to counter all of this opposition from the state and sometimes from the city. We can take matters into our own hands by reaching out to third-party companies, federal grants, etc., and we can get the job done ourselves. All we got to do is just ask.
Right.
Go back to the village.
Right. And a couple of things in the chat. And somebody said, well, those places are unlivable. You'll be surprised what city, county, and state ordinances determine is livable.
Wow.
There are some people in America across, whether it's Mississippi, New York, there are people all across this country that are living in places that you and I would say are unlivable. That the city ordinances say that's livable. So again, that's where where you can have the law. And I mean, y'all can laugh at me and say I was cruel. My wife.
Definition is yeah.
I had this problem where my wife believes she tried to save every child, every people. I'm trying to open up the back door to get them damn children out of the house. She bringing more people in, and there was this one kid who turned out to be a great kid, and we would help him. We would go to the house, and I would look. I went to go in the house and look down. And what I'm about to say is what I'm about to say. That house didn't have no floor.
Nope.
I just said it didn't have no floor.
Wow.
House didn't have no floor. And I said, well, I'm going to wait out in the car. And they said, well, why are you waiting in the car? You know why I'm waiting out in the car. You ain't got no floor. I'm going to wait in the car and tell them to come out to the car. I'm not going in there. Y'all ain't got no floor. Wow. So when you talk about what's livable and not livable,
yes, sir,
you need to understand that there are some human beings in this country that are living in deplorable circumstances. Again, that goes back to changing the law about what is and what is determined as livable. And Brother Edward Moore asked a question, 6-month abandonment law. And actually, Brother Moore, I think it's actually longer than that. I was trying to be on the safe side about the 6 months, because I know in Clinton we were having an issue with that with one particular house. And what I liked about that, it was white folks trying to take a house from another white person. Like it was Clinton is like the one majority white town in all Black Hinds County, and these white people trying to get rid of this one white absentee landlord. So I just go down there and watch it unfold. And this dude show up, literally, he show up once every 6 months, custom grass. He ain't painted, he ain't fixed no windows, he ain't put no floorboards in, and all the city of Clinton can do is just be mad. Because with the way the law is written, as long as he's making an attempt to improve. The law doesn't say improve.
Attempt.
As long as you're making an attempt to improve,
potential.
There's almost nothing they can do to take your home from you.
Wow, that's crazy.
And there's so many abandoned properties out there in South Jackson. It's almost like a ghost town when I came home last time. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Mm.
Yeah, I lived in subdivision number 1 on Burt Street, right off of
and to kind of let y'all, again, not to go around the circle, but to kind of let people know kind of how this, it wasn't just, that's why I keep saying it's not white flight, but how Black flight works. So my wife and I lived in this, I'm getting old now, so the years run together, but we lived probably 15 years in the Washington D.C. area. Like we lived on Top Street, right around from Jackson State. Like it was close enough for me to walk to Jackson State than drive. Like I could get to Jackson State quicker walking than driving. All right. So we owned where we were. I have, and the reason I tell people my credit score is because, so like my credit score right now is, I think I'm 850, right? And I tell people my credit score because I like people to know I have an 850 and I once filed bankruptcy. So when I tell people that just because you get in a bad situation don't mean you have to stay in a bad situation. Right? So all we wanted to do was add on to the house. That's all we wanted to do. Right? So we had the house as collateral, I had the credit score, but because we lived in West Jackson, Washington D.C., they would not give me a loan to add on to the house.
Because of your zip code.
Because of my zip code. So when people say redlining doesn't exist anymore, so that is why we eventually we moved from there, because we needed the extra space, right? So a lot of these abandoned houses that exist in the city because there were Black people who wanted to stay in the city, but they couldn't get the loans to refurbish. They couldn't get the loans to rebuild. They couldn't get the loans to expand. People who wanted to develop those, right, who were trying to go through traditional ways of lending. Why? Because those banks were purposely denying those funds because they knew gentrification was coming.
Oh.
And so we have to stop looking. And the reason I'm saying that, we have to stop looking, because before I realized that, I used to look at abandoned houses and plight as the failure of Black people. Black people don't know how to keep up nothing. Black people can't have nice things. Black people tear up everywhere they go. Well, no, when you are not being allowed to have the same access to capital, again, hey, 850 damn credit score. And you telling me, somebody say which bank? All of them.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one. It was Trustmark. It was, I think I'm trying to see if it was a deposit guarantee or AmSouth at the time. And so it was 3 banks. Even the Black bank, they all said no.
AmSouth became Regions.
Yep. They all said no. And then let me talk a little bit about being intentional with your money. So when I got my first bank account, it was Trustmark. Trustmark went to AmSouth, okay? One Saturday, I was still with AmSouth. One Saturday, I went to go, I handle card. I very rarely handle cash, but this Saturday I needed cash. So I said, well, let me run to the branch on Saturday that's open and just get some cash. So I went to AmSouth, could not find an AmSouth bank in Jackson that was open on a Saturday. And so I finally got somebody at Monday. I said, I couldn't get an AmSouth bank. So well, now we closed our AmSouth in certain areas They're not open on Saturday. So I said, but all the Jackson, they said, well, Jackson was read. So then I went and I did research. And you know, AmSouth had closed all the Saturday branches in all majority Black towns.
Mm.
And that in itself is a federal issue because there's something called FCRA, the Federal Reinvestment Act, Community Reinvestment Act. And I'm pretty sure nobody knew that it was against federal law. But had you guys known that, you could have filed a complaint, and a lot of fines and things like that would have been levied. But that's horrible, man.
Yep. And so, but come back to the AmSouth thing. So when people ask me why am I Trustmark, it's because when I realized that AmSouth had closed all their branches and didn't care enough Black people to have at least one bank in a Black city open on Saturday, I went to Trustmark. That is why I'm a Trustmark. And Trustmark doesn't have the best relationship with Black people, but at least they have branches open on Saturday with Black people. And then going back to what Brother Jerome said, yes, I didn't know the law. And that's, again, why knowing the law is important. That probably knowing that law could have helped me got that loan when I needed. Go ahead, Brother Dave, like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I didn't think about that until you just said that. You know, they closed that region and found the Piggly Wiggly on Meadowbrook and moved it to Fondram area. So you only have the ATM there.
Yep. Mm. Now, the only thing that's alleviating that just a bit, now I'm with Trustmark, is Trustmark now has almost complete computerized ATM banking. So you can do both withdrawals, deposits, and other things for your computerized ATM banking. For me personally, that works. But here's something we also, this gets on a whole nother level. This is just something I just want people to put this in their back pocket, right? If you like me, you love using the automated checkout. Like I'm one of those people, I like using the automated checkout. Here's what I say to people about those things though. Keep in mind, people, robots don't spend money. So when these companies are cutting employees because they can go to automated, they're cutting off their nose to spite their face because the very people you downsize are the very people who now can't work and pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be very careful. And again, I love automated. I can't remember the last time when I was in Walmart that I actually went to an actual teller to check me out. I only go through the automated, but I'm also very cognizant of the fact that, you know, and so even though I love automated banking, I want to be clear, I love automatic banking.
That's why folks be swiping. That's why folks be spending, you know, getting $100 worth of stuff, spending $17. They gonna pay for it. I ain't say I'm gonna do it, but they getting a Chuck roast ringing up a Snicker.
Yeah. So, but coming back to the last point, so we got to be very careful when we drive around the city and we see abandoned buildings and blight that we think is just because Black people can't take care of things. That's not the case at all.
Right.
It's often the case where we just don't have the same access, and as Brother Jerome said, we don't know the law. So we don't know how to fight not getting the loan. Because what they kept telling me is, well, Mr. McInnes, if I give you the loan for this house to expand on it, now your house is going to cost more than the neighborhood. And if you default, we can't sell it. And my response is, but my credit says I'm not likely to default. So what's the whole point of me working to get this credit score if I can't do anything with it other than live where you tell me to live?
Market value.
Yep.
And I just want to jump in real quick. If there's anybody who may be, I guess, in the dark as to why we're having this conversation or why there's a gentrification effort for Jackson, I just want to let you know the city of Jackson sits on two major interstates.
Yep. Say it again.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah, the city of Jackson sits on two major interstates. And even though I'm not from Jackson or Mississippi, I've always said, man, Jackson as well as Huntsville, Alabama, those are two cities that are kind of like ready to explode with growth, with so much potential. We're seeing it now with Huntsville, but a lot of people are recognizing, when I say people, y'all know what I mean, they're recognizing the value in the city of Jackson and when it comes to commerce. So not only do you have these two major interstates that flow through the city, But Jackson is not far from, of course, other metro areas like Birmingham, Memphis, Mobile, Atlanta, Dallas, New Orleans. So they need that kind of essential hub that is kind of like the midpoint for all of for that entire region. And Jackson will be the perfect opportunity to do so. But number two, folks are recognizing over the last couple of years that Jackson State alumni and fans spent, what was it, like over $60 million in the season, and just as far as the local economy. So these folks are like, oh, wow, these folks are spending money in that city. This is even more reason. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So we're spending money in the city, and these folks are like, well, let me get a piece of that money. So just know those two variables, along with a lot of others, are why there's such a big push to take over the city of Jackson. So we need all hands on deck to protect at least as most as what we can, but specifically Jackson State, because as Ken mentioned, Jackson State is the city of Jackson.
Yep.
We are that beacon of light, and we pump in so many resources.
That's why I keep telling them, man, there's a reason why our stadium sits in the middle of the city.
Yep.
Oh, y'all don't have a stadium. Y'all don't have a stadium on campus. I was like, Jackson is our campus. What are you talking about?
There you go.
What the hell are you talking about? We do have a stadium on campus. Jackson State is Jackson.
Yep.
It's that simple.
And,
been that way.
Ken, you're right, because for years I was always reluctant because I like to define things very specifically. Like I like to define things in a very specific way. So I was always hesitant of defining Jackson as a college town. Oxford, that's a college town.
Right.
Starksville, that's a college. For people who don't know, a college town is essentially, if you remove the college, that town doesn't exist.
Yep.
Right. And so in the traditional sense, Jackson may not be a college town. But in a practical sense, Jackson is a college town.
Yep.
And we have to start to get more people to see it that way. And here's one example. And this is a minor example, but this is just an example of what I mean seeing it that way. We have to put pressure on, and just, along with everything else, so I'm not saying that, but just put pressure on, I have to put pressure on the city council and the city leadership. They have to act like the city is ours when they're making decisions about traffic around the game day.
Yep.
And our city leadership doesn't act like it's our city when they are crafting and directing traffic around the game day. Brother Jerome just said, 2 years, $60 million. Any entity that's bringing $30 million a year and they're only doing something 5 times a year, well, on those 5 days and Saturday, the city needs to be ours, and the traffic needs to be redirected and designed to where it makes it easier for us to get in and away from the stadium. But you don't have those kind of decisions as long as we don't act like Jackson is a college town, if that makes sense. And as Ken said, Jackson is the campus. So the vet does sit on the campus because Jackson is the campus of the entire university.
I know they don't want to hear that, but we don't really care.
It's the truth, though.
It is what it is, and they see it. They see it's the fabric of what the city is. You know what I mean? Jackson is like a microcosm of Jackson State is a microcosm of the city of Jackson.
Yep.
Various different aspects.
And to that point, what other HBCU has that claim to fame? Which is why there's so much hate towards Jackson State.
Zoe's not on to say this, and I'm gonna say it for him. He says it all the time. Jackson State is one of one.
Yep.
There's only one Jackson State, and there's no slight to no one else. It's just, but deep down inside, y'all know. They know.
Yep.
They know. I mean, that's we dealing with the resiliency of just Tiger Nation and what we've been through. I mean, our best days are still ahead of us. You know what I mean? I told Zoe this today. I called him after after I heard of what was happening, the upgrades and some stuff that's coming down the pipe from an athletic standpoint, and just watching some of the kids commit. I said, man, if Jackson State had just a third of the money that Ole Miss and Mississippi State had, I said there would be no school in the state that could touch us.
Right.
They know it. That's why they won't give it to us, because we would absolutely be the premier university in the entire state, and that's including over Mississippi State and Ole Miss, and also USM. Not talking about curriculum, I'm just talking about from an athletic standpoint. Just you wouldn't be able to touch us, because with Jackson State comes this culture, and I'm telling you now, these kids are starting to see it, because when you walk in that W.C. Gordon and Vivian, you know what I'm saying, theater room, and you see that Jackson State on that wall, and you see that just the aesthetics of the room, you see that players' lounge. That was a game changer for us. Locker rooms. Now you're talking about an upgraded weight room. Talking about a new track, new lights, 2 practice fields. When you start seeing some of that type of stuff on the campus, and you give Jackson State a fair shake, you're going to start seeing things change for us in a lot of different aspects, because with that comes the culture, and the culture you can't pay for.
Ken, to your point, that's kind of sort of why they had to get our previous coach away from Jackson State. I think C. Lee brought a point. We had more people in our stadium on a game in particular when I think Alabama was playing, like Ole Miss or Mississippi State.
They were in Oxford.
And just the economic impact that it was having. I mean, he brought a lot of faces. With those faces also became developers. And they see, it's for the taking. So we got to be strategic, and we have to work together is the key too, man.
We also got to show up this year, man.
Yes,
we got our coaches that are asking for us to be more supportive. And my question is this: if you live in the city of Jackson, what else is going on? How much love in basketball? I don't know if y'all watching that. I'm just saying, how much bull junk on TV can you watch? Like get out and support. When you got the best women's basketball coach in the country, I feel like, given it the right situation, especially in the FCS, HBCU, not FCS, but in she's building a really big mid-major program. But she's disappointed in the attendance. We got to get out there, man.
But you know what? Ken? And I know you don't mean it that way, but actually what you said is correct. And I'm trying to not really tap dance around it, but just because people are going to understand and misunderstand what they misunderstand because they want to.
Mm-hmm.
But we say how much bull junk and this and that. That's one of the reasons why our previous coach, how do I want to say it, was ingratiating certain things in popular culture that a regular college coach probably wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Because he knew he was going to get that audience. And I'm not going to say that's sad, I'm not going to say that's whatever, but unfortunately, right, a lot of people are distracted by, sometimes they're so distracted by substandard stuff that when they see Black people doing higher standard stuff, it doesn't resonate with them because what they view as exciting and entertaining is not that.
It's not associated with us in that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's fine. And like you said, there's nothing else that Coach Reed can do to get sane people to pack out their gym. Because everything you say you want in a coach in a program is Coach Reed.
That's facts.
Everything.
He is a standard, and that's
so you have absolutely so it's beyond the what does she need to do. She has done.
She did her part.
And then the question then becomes, right? And maybe it's got to be us doing what we're doing now, asking people and telling people you can't be serious about saying you want excellence when somebody is giving it to you.
Right.
Well, also it's the misogynistic of it all because they just women. I'm just gonna say what
it's not just that though, Shell. It's men too. Like
but I'm saying, but it's both though, Ken. We've been struggling.
I'm saying like no, I mean cut you off. I'm saying basketball in general is not getting the attendance that it should.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I've been playing since '88, and the only time we had a packed house was against Alcorn. I mean, and that was
Alcorn this year was packed out too. But again, I mean, it's rather convenient. I mean, I get Monday night and I get there's a lot going on, but Man, I don't give a damn what day we playing football. We gonna be out there.
Yep.
And folks, I understand, but football is also a weekend sport. It's a lot that comes with it. That's why I was saying when I was talking to brother first, we got to grassroots this thing, and I think it's going to start with an investment into students, getting students engaged into the program. Because I'm telling you, man, you go look at Cameron Indoor. I know Jerome's in North Carolina. And you look at a program like a Duke, man. Do you know how many seats Cameron Indoor hold?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it's 8,500 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's like 8,000. Yeah,
it's like AGs, man. No, it's a small camp. It's a small stadium. You go in that something gun. It is hard to win in that stadium. I mean, in that Coliseum.
But Ken, what you said is so true. Is that they have a very active student. Like when back in the 80s, our section was hard, but we had that's why I asked the question: do they still drive the buses to the kids and take the kids to the stadium?
But let me say this too, Michelle. I'm sorry. Do y'all not realize that Jackson State give away money on game days in basketball? We don't charge for parking.
Right.
No, we don't.
We don't charge for parking. We give shit away. All you gotta do is show up.
Yeah.
I'm serious. All you have to do is show up. Like, imagine what would happen if we would charge for parking. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you charge for parking in football. So I'm saying you get free parking. And in the games, it don't cost that much.
The student section, yeah.
Maybe we can add additional, get some food trucks out there. We need a food incentivizer. We're a fat town, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. I'm just saying, whatever it takes, I think we should. You got the boom got a section, but we have to get this, the students involved. And this aesthetics is everything. Like, we get in there, and I mean, we need to be in there for the women's basketball program, and we're not talking about, it ain't a lot of games, but we gotta be intentional about it, and we can change it if we want to, but something happened, and maybe it's because I don't know, man. I can't answer that. I know if I lived in Jackson, man, I'd be at every game. I know I would.
Because the girls go hard, and I've really been watching her from afar. But I also think the biggest thing for me, Ken, and y'all can relate to this, is that, and we'll use this platform again, is that once the reason the students have to be involved is that, but we have to give it back to the students. I mean, what I'm saying is that, like with my women's ministry, I tell them, this is not mine. It can only be as great as you make it. So I put the responsibility back on them to say, if we're going to be a hot mess, it's going to be because y'all did not do what you want to do. If the things that we want to do, we got to do it together, but I need y'all to be active, right? Okay. And the same thing with this platform. Ken couldn't do anything, but when you gave it to us and you helped us be a part of it with KC and friends, okay, we are connected to this. That's why we're moving it. Somewhere there is a disconnect between the students.
I mean, is that something is there an opportunity with like student government, getting them to take the lead on that? I mean, if there's a means to communicate. Go ahead, TD, what you got?
This might not be accurate, but just from my point of view, in that sense, I've been going to over there, even at the high school game. There's a disconnect with the AAC. I mean, let's be real. If you go to a lot of basketball games, the fans, are in a situation where they can closely almost interact.
Too far away. Yeah.
With the AAC, I mean, it's far away. I mean, it's a disconnect. That basically, now you got your little free chairs that you have right there, and saying most of the time they are spoken for. People have bought them, but this close you get to the action. So in basketball, you like to feel like you're in the game. Or
good point, bro.
That's a good point.
I absolutely hate the back end of the AAC. I do.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. Do we? That's a good point, man.
That's a very good point.
I like that. Do we bring it? Do we move it up? Like maybe that's something we look at because I don't know.
It need a strong remodel. I say a strong.
I'm with that.
That's strong.
Yeah. I'm with that.
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at,
go ahead, John.
And I was gonna say I've always felt that way about the AAC. When you look at the Acadome at Alabama State, or if you look at the Mini Dome at Southern or at Prairie View, it's right there, like you're right on top of the action.
Right.
But if I'm not mistaken, I remember having a conversation with some older alums who stated like when the designer who designed the AAC, he built it to where, or he designed it to where it's like an indoor track at that time, but it didn't pop off like he thought it would. So we were kind of stuck with that kind of external design, you know, that spacious design. So if we can get the AAC remodeled to at least kind of look like the Acadome or some of the other, you know, arenas, that to where you're kind of on top of the action, that'll definitely help. But to your point, Ken, you mentioned the SGA, you know, why stop there? You know, we can reach out to the Greeks to lead the way as well. We can reach out to all these other, you know, all these other campus leaders to really lead the way. Even more so when you look at the situation at the stadium, you know, there's been talks that we don't have the, I guess, working capital to have enough people, you know, to man the gates, the ticket gates and the concessions. Why don't we reach out to the Greeks and say, hey, you know, pick a game and your entire chapter, you know, takes the lead with, you know, working the tickets and the concessions. And, you know, for your service, what we'll do is we'll give you whatever, like whether it's extra credit in your classes or we'll give you, you know, free whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just got to think outside the box.
Well, Brother Jerome, I was a season ticket holder this year for the first time. I attended most of the home games. I have choir practice on Monday, so that's a struggle. But it was more live this year. They had a DJ, they had the lights going, they had a hostess, they had, you know, the lady walk around, they're doing trivia, basketball, shooting, people, you know, the crowd getting involved. It was more live this year. They did try some more things, and it was good. And you did have some of the Greeks out there stepping, you know, during the halftime show. So yes, that was they put forth the effort. I'll put it that way. But at the end of the day, the venue, Valley, somebody says in my Valley, Valley had I mean, the Valley game is good.
Lighting, all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way we have it, I mean, we could literally. What would be cool is if we could some kind of way close in, like bring the.
Yeah, but let me say something to Jeremiah's point. Let me say something to Jeremiah's point, because I mean, there's a difference between something not working because of a design and something being old and need to be torn down. The issue with the AAC is not that it's old and need to be torn down. It is what was just stated, that it was designed as a multi-purpose complex.
Correct.
And the problem when you design something as a multi-purpose complex, then that means you're often trying to put a square and a triangle into a circle.
Yep.
That's its problem. It is not old. It is not. There's nothing structurally wrong with it.
No,
it's solid.
Right. Other than what Brother Day said,
good externally though.
Yeah. It's you are far back, and here's the thing, Brother Day. That I'm glad you said that. That would have never appealed to me, because even as someone who's a former mediocre multi-sport athlete, emphasis on the mediocre, I know actually as a fan don't like to be on top of the action. So when my season tickets are, I'm back a ways, but I didn't think about it till when you just said it. Most basketball people like to be on top of the action.
Yep.
Basketball is a different sport than, say, baseball.
It is.
But I just wanted to be clear when we leave this, that I don't want people leaving going, oh, well, AAC is another old. There's nothing structurally wrong. The problem is that it needs a redesign.
I tell you what, and another thing too, man, is like when you on that first row, man, the amount of walking, that shit is annoying as hell, man.
Right.
I'm sorry, man. I sat on that first row, I was like,
that's why I sit up front. That's why I sit up top.
Mercy, bro. Like you can't see nothing.
That's a culture issue. But see, that's a culture issue. The same kind of people who come to the football game, get dressed up to walk around and be seen.
This is another one. Lighting. Because that's the majority of what Valley did too. They changed the lighting in there.
Yeah.
You're talking about you can change the court, you can repaint the court, you can make the court lighter, you can do a new scoreboard. It's a lot of stuff you can do, man. But that scoreboard looked like 1995, man.
Ken, to your point, man, that's why when we was at the game, I left you down there, bro. No, this I couldn't.
I know. Man, let me tell you something. That first row was hideous, bro. I was like, that's why I don't do that. Don't do that in football. You're gonna really. I don't know how people can sit down at the bottom in football, man. I can only sit on the front row if I know ain't nobody gonna be walking in front of me. So.
And Mr. Seeley, I agree with you. At football games, normally I like to sit high. You can see everything, especially in the middle. You can see everything, and that's fine. You can see the whole. But in basketball, when you sit in the way like that, man, everything becomes small.
We can't even with the bleachers though. Like I ain't never seen no bleachers like that.
No. Yeah, with the chairs in them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's we could do better. I don't know when or if that would happen anytime soon.
Right.
We want to be on top of the action. How can we redesign something so old? I think we would have to. It would have to be renovated, Jeremiah. You're not tearing down the AAC. You just go in and renovate it,
right? And
build. You would have to build around it,
right?
So it's the same as when you go into like the crypto.com arena. I watched them change from the Lakers to the Clippers, right? There's nothing in the middle of that.
Wow.
Nothing. But the reality of it is that when they change the floor, we so far away, and then we got that front row. Like that front row is not like how many places that have that circle, that one side of that, you know what I mean? It's like the chairs that's on the court that's right across. I'm not saying you don't have a court side, but it's just you got this court side, you got this big ass gap, and then you got these faux bleachers with chairs. It's a horrible design.
It's bad spacing.
I think what you said though, Toronte, was interesting because and that's why you need different minds in the room. Because when you mentioned that, and I sat here and I was like, it was so far away, and then you got to climb all them dang stairs. Like my mother, if you are a senior, can't nobody climb all them stairs like that or fall. But I think what you said about the closeness of it makes a difference, and I don't think maybe that's something that really should think about. That was a good one.
Man, we definitely need that. We the outside looks great.
Yeah,
but we need and then even here's another thing, man. The concession area is terrible.
Yeah,
true.
The line is long, it's old, it's antiquated, it's old on the inside.
I've been gone for 30 years, and if it hasn't gotten any better, that's bad.
Man, that concession situation has been like that since I was in college, man. It ain't changed none. It has not changed any. One line.
And you know what's really crazy about that? The setup is you could actually have concessions on both sides.
That's exactly right. And you know what's crazy also with that is that might have something to do with why the games ain't well attended. Folks is like it's not a good game day experience. And I understand the investment that's required for that, but basketball should definitely be a for-profit sport. It should definitely be
sure.
Yeah, it should definitely be, you should be able to do that. Maybe there's a grant out there, a beautification of the AAC grant. We need to renovate the shit out of that damn thing, man.
Well, some of these companies, they have to do 5. That's what they're looking like. I think that's why somebody told me they wanted to help me get some money because certain companies are looking to help renovate.
Sure, man. Hey, dog, when you're right, you're right. I ain't never said it wasn't old. I'm just saying we're not tearing down the actual building. The building was good. I'm even okay with the floor.
The building is solid. Just the design.
I want the scoreboard replaced. And I need the seating redone, like the whole everything. You know what I'm saying? That's got to be
right. But you are far away. You're right. I never tripped on that.
Man, don't go up there in the abyss up there at the top, the dark abyss up there at the top.
Don't talk about my midway seating. I like it up there. Don't talk about my.
Man, you look like you up there in the closet, man. Like,
I like. Now I'm not in the very, very top, but I'm in that middle. I like that middle
it's
section.
the perfect spot to go up there and be mischievous. You see what I'm saying? Like ain't nobody looking way up there to try to see what's going on.
Except when HBCU Go show up, and the dude always set the camera up right where my seat is. Every time I get there, I'm like, what?
This is another thing, like food trucks. That would be cool, man. Invite vendors to come in and do their thing. I mean, we got them big old areas over there on the side. We could definitely have some of that stuff in there, man. But yeah,
we're not gonna give up. Little by little, we gonna get there. But
But like you said, a redesign. That's the thing, is the redesign and basically redesign the way the bleachers. Why? Because those bleachers were designed for actual other kinds of concert and program events.
Yeah,
that's why they look the way they look.
Listen, man, we get them, them Greek. What do you call them? What is it? Probate. That thing be packed, man.
NCW, yes.
AACB
tight. Yeah,
AACB rocking, man. So we could definitely get it. We can make it happen. We just have to be intentional about it and do what we got to do to make it happen. But man, this has been a phenomenal conversation tonight. I appreciate y'all so much, man. Brother Jerome, Anthony, Miss C. Lee, Toronto, Rochelle, Zoe, everybody, man. Doc. Great conversation. We can go on and on, but I got something I need to do.
One last thing I want to say before we go. Yeah. I want everybody to go to Rob J's page and check out the interview with the head of JSU Faculty Development, Attorney Gina Johnson. I don't think the interview is more than maybe 15, 17 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's an excellent interview. If you have not seen it, so go to Rob J Station and check that out. Very brilliant sister. She's from Clarksville, Mississippi. She's gone and worked. I can't remember the company, but she's handled international funds. Like, that's how she's made her living as an attorney, handling international funds. So go check that out. Thank y'all again. I'm gonna get off, man. So you can close.
I'm about to go watch the game. That's what I'm about to do. I got the game in there on pause because now I can watch it without any anxiety. So that's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna be up to about 2. I'm good.
It's already 2.
No, sir. It's 11:15, brother. I rebuke you in the name of Pacific. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey,
all right, y'all. Do y'all love, man. Y'all have a good night.
No doubt, Jerome. Go Tigers, baby.
Later, Ken.
All right, brother. Peace out, man. All right, everybody. Appreciate you guys. If we got any platinum members out there, shoot me an email. Sponsors, shoot me an email. Love to connect with you. Any ideas that you guys taking away, if you're looking to assist or help, any of that good stuff, shoot me an email. Feel free to donate to the channel through Cash App, PayPal, Zelle. You see it. If you'd like to donate, feel free. I mean, all proceeds goes back into the platform to help continue to elevate this platform. Again, I appreciate everybody for coming on tonight. It was a phenomenal show. That's it. That's all I got. Peace out, everybody.